Welcome. Welcome to the November 15th City Council meeting. I'm Barbara Noseworthy, the mayor, and we will get started with a roll call, please.
Councillor Baxter,
Present.
Councillor Bosmans,
Present.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Here.
And Mayor Noseworthy.
Present. Thank you. The next we'll have is the introduction of the translator. Do we have a translator available?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have Diego Pons and Sam Guzman.
All right. Hi, good evening, everyone. Diego Pons here on behalf of the Community Language Cooperative with my colleague Sam Guzman. Here on behalf of the Community Language Cooperative once again. Thanks as always for having us at your meeting. Today we're going to continue making our commitment towards language justice. So this means that we're here to help create a space for people to participate and to engage in the language of their heart. Just simply the language that you feel most comfortable in. We'll continue using simultaneous interpretation here on Zoom to help create the space in English and in Spanish. So once I finish saying this in English, I'll repeat the instructions in Spanish. At that moment, we turn on the interpretation. Once interpretation is on, you'll be able to see that globe icon that says interpretation there on the bottom right-hand corner of your computer screen. Please select that globe icon when you see it appear on your screen, and please select your preferred language. If you happen to be joining today's meeting on your cell phone or your tablet, I'll instead ask you to please look for the more button or the three dots button in order to select your preferred language that way. So if you're not fully bilingual, we'll encourage you to please select your preferred language so you may utilize the interpretation when someone's going to be speaking in the opposite language. If you are bilingual, however, then you can just feel free to listen to everyone in the original language. You will not have to select any language channel, and you will not ever have to hear our voices. As always, when you select your language, you may check the original audio, so you don't have to be hearing both languages at the same time. As always, we like to remind all people, please pay attention to the speed in which you're speaking. Just please make sure that you're speaking at a conversational pace, and please make sure that you do not pick up your reading speed. So thank you so much for that. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Mi nombre es Diego Pons. Estoy aquí hoy con mi colega Sam Guzman, de parte de la Cooperativa Comunitaria de la Justicia del Lenguaje. Gracias como siempre por invitarnos hoy a su reunión. Los organizadores de esta reunión se continúan comprometiéndose a servir la justicia del lenguaje, y eso significa que queremos crear un espacio aquí para que todas las personas puedan participar e involucrarse en el idioma de su corazón, que es simplemente el idioma en el que todas las personas se sientan más cómodas. Vamos a continuar hoy utilizando la interpretación simultánea aquí en Zoom, en inglés y en español, para poder crear ese espacio. Y ahora cuando yo termine de decir esto, se va a activar la interpretación. Ya cuando se activa la interpretación, usted va a poder observar ese icono del globo terráqueo que dirá interpretación, ahí abajo en la derecha de su pantalla. Por favor, seleccione ese icono del globo terráqueo cuando aparezca en su pantalla, y por favor, seleccione su idioma preferido. Si usted está asistiendo hoy a esta reunión en su celular o en su tableta, le voy a pedir que por favor busque la opción que dice More, que quiere decir más, o posiblemente el botón de 3 puntos para que usted pueda seleccionar su idioma preferido de esa manera. Y si usted no es completamente bilingüe, le voy a aconsejar a que por favor seleccione su idioma preferido para que pueda utilizar interpretación cuando alguien está hablando en el otro idioma. Pero si usted sí es bilingüe, se pueden sentir libres hoy de escuchar a todos en su idioma original. No tendría que seleccionar ningún canal de idioma y jamás tienen que escuchar mi voz. Y como siempre, cuando usted seleccione su idioma, puede hacer clic en silenciar el audio original para no escuchar ambos idiomas al mismo tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for your service in translation services tonight. I'm going to start with a statement that I read at the beginning of every city council and study session. It represents my view of a land acknowledgement. It is not a statement from the city council. For thousands of years, this region was home to numerous people, bands, tribes, and nations. Each had their distinct culture, artistic expression, and community mores. In particular, this region was the ancestral home of the Nuchu, Dene, Pueblo, Hopi, multiple Apache bands, and various other tribes and Latinx people who used and stewarded this land. I recognize that indigenous peoples were forcibly removed from their ancestral lands by the U.S. government. It is therefore important to recognize that the narrative of this region has mostly been told from the dominant perspective without recognition of those who came before us and who, to this day, continue to thrive, create, and connect with this land. Thank you for your respect in my acknowledging this legacy. Thank you. So next thing we'll do is identification of actual or perceived conflict of interest. Does any counselor have a reason to remove themselves from any discussion tonight? Very good. Hearing none. We have no proclamations this evening, so we will move to public comment. And I think that we're going to have quite a few people signed up. This section of the agenda is set aside for the public to provide comments or ask questions regarding items that are not scheduled for a hearing or public testimony or that do not otherwise appear on this agenda. City Council will not respond to questions from the dais. Citizens should address their comments directly to the City Council. As this is a hybrid meeting, the avenues for public participation have been adjusted. All written comments received by the city clerk by noon today have been delivered to council and will be summarized in the meeting minutes. And I will add that I make a point to reading all those comments before we go into meeting. Thank you. I will add, we will start with those that are on the sign-up sheet. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. Hopefully the clock will show up on the monitor. I will also try to raise my hand at about 30 seconds and asking you to wind up your comments. We have quite a few signed up. I will also ask that there is, if you feel like you need to respond rather than clapping and everything, just, you can do your the snapping of fingers if necessary, but we will keep this moving tonight. So the first person on our, and also my apologies if I mispronounce your name. I can't always read your handwriting. So the first person on the list is Lynn Scholler. If you'll come up to the microphone and indicate if you live in the city, county, or elsewhere.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Schaller. Thank you. My name is Lynn Schaller, and I live in the city at 1099 Main Avenue, number 407. I'm here as an attorney that advocates on the rights of marginalized people, including the homeless, and I have strong support for the city and county to be providing joint funds, sales tax funds, whatever it is, for the Community Compassion Outreach Warming Center. They've been a nonprofit for several years in this city, doing a lot of good work for the unhoused. And they have on Tuesdays and Saturdays only from 9 until 4 to provide a space for warm drinks, people to warm up. It was 12 degrees this morning. I was cold in my sleeping bag coat, and I can only imagine what it's like to be sleeping outside. So they provide food, hot drinks, and a community for people to gather together. So I support that. They are a humanitarian service for the community. So that people don't die. I think you may remember in years past that we have had several people who have died from exposure. And so this gives them an opportunity to literally warm up and have some community. So just giving you my support.
Thank you. Next on the list is Ollie Powers.
Thank you. I can understand where Lynn Scholler is coming from, but I take the opposite opinion. I don't feel we need a warming shelter. I feel that we've been really good to the homeless here in town. We have a soup kitchen. I don't feel a warming center anywhere in town is needed. I know a lot of people don't agree, but I drive down Rusa Avenue almost every day. I've seen people camping there 5 or 6 years now. Some people stay there for weeks at a time. We have called the police department about some of them. My daughter, who grew up here in Durango, came a few years ago and was running the river trail, and she came back and said, "What is going on in town? What is with all these homeless people everywhere? This is not a safe town anymore." I've been here 36 years. I like Durango. I'd like to stay here. I feel a lot of people will end up having to move. Oh, I haven't mentioned where I live. I do live in the city. I live at 29 Tanglewood Drive here in Durango. So I've been here a long time. I've lived out of town for, 15 years or so also. I do like living in town, and I do like feeling safe when I'm walking around town, and I would like my grandchildren to feel safe too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Carolyn Hunter.
Good evening, City Council. Carolyn Hunter, and I am a City of Durango resident. And I would also like to speak about the approval of using city-county joint sales tax to fund this temporary warming center. Mana's Soup Kitchen, I was the architect for their remodel. They no longer have, because they want to be pandemic safe, they no longer have one big space inside the way they used to have. Instead, they have individual rooms for counseling one-on-one because they figured out that one-on-one counseling is the best way to help each specific person or family. So there's nowhere for anyone to go inside anymore. And the temperatures, as we noticed, are getting quite nippy lately. I would like to say that this is a managed use, that it will be monitored. There are 12 to 15 volunteers who would help with the monitoring. So this does not present safety problems to the neighborhood. I'd also like to note that churches often have their space used during the week when they're not holding services by nonprofits. For example, the church I attend lets the Boy Scouts use their space. They also let a yoga instructor use their space. So it doesn't it does not mean I'm not worried about separation of church and state because Community Compassion Outreach is a nonprofit. The other comment I'd like to make is that when I lived in New York City in the 1980s, they had a rule. The unhoused people often went down into the subway tunnels, and the third rail was an electric rail and it provided warmth. And they would try to sleep near this electrical third rail. And New York City had a rule that if the temperature dropped below, say 15 degrees Fahrenheit, I think it was, that they had the right to take unhoused people off the streets and bring them to a warming shelter. And this is so that it was humanitarian. This is so that they didn't have more dead people on the street the next morning. So please consider the humanitarian aspect of this. I think it's a good thing to do. And I think that anyone that stays here through our winter is almost by definition got a very strong local attachment. Anyone who's just here on a summer vacation, they're already gone. They're not going to put up with 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is, I can't quite read it, Fred Heider. Okay.
I'm pretty much just here to give an update about our local high school. So my name is Fred Ryder, and I'm a Durango High School student body co-president. We apologize for a lack of communication. So far this year, we had a very busy but successful school year. Here are some highlights of it. Homecoming this year was Hit Rewind Homecoming. We had over 900 students attend the homecoming dance and lots of participation throughout the homecoming week. We are very thankful for you guys cooperating with us to bring back our tradition of the homecoming parade. After 9 years, Molly Martinez did a phenomenal job with that, putting that on and working with you guys to bring back this great tradition. Student Council is now moving on to working on our Council of Excellence certification, an award that we have received for decades. You may remember last year we were recognized as one of 235 Gold Councils of Excellence nationwide. Stay tuned for more information on that in our community presentation in late January. Last week, we put on our annual Veterans Day celebration, and DHS hosted a breakfast for the veterans and their families. Our Pro Start class cooked the meal, and then FCCLA served the meal. And the assembly acknowledged their accomplishments and sacrifices for our country. Our CTE program is still going strong. We have begun construction on the new building and are excited to see what the future holds. Within CTE, some exciting events have taken place. Our host of future medical professionals recently hosted a learning lab with Fight for Life. Skills USA has been putting in hard work and will be holding a regional competition on February 10th at the fairgrounds. FFA is back up and running after not having a teacher for 3 years. 4 members have raised $5,000 in donations to travel to National FFA Convention and Expo in Indianapolis. We have multiple holiday performances from our music department coming up in December, orchestra on December 6th, choir on December 8th, and band on December 9th. Theater Troupe 1096 recently wrapped up the performance Anastasia, a tale attempts to answer the question, what happened to the Grand Duchess Anastasia Romanov? Anastasia explores one determined girl's journey to find home, love, and family as she discovers who she was and embraces who she is meant to be. Lastly, fall sports wrapped up with successful seasons. Our boys soccer team went 15-0 in league play. Cross country performed very well at state. Volleyball made their state tournament for the first time in 10 years, and football continues on their state quest this Saturday at 1 p.m. in the second round of the playoffs. Winter sports kicked off yesterday, and we're excited to see added ice hockey as an official Durango High School sport. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a plug for Fred, he is the goalkeeper for the varsity soccer team. So excellent athlete as well.
Wonderful. Thank you for that report. Rick Milton.
Hi. Yeah, I live in city of Durango, 1027 East 3rd Avenue. 2 houses south of where the homeless warming place is going to be. And not that I'm opposed to the warming place, I'm opposed to it in that location. Because a while ago, a homeless person was walking up the alley, from like the police station to where the county federal building is, that alley there. And he took it upon himself to go through our gate and through our back door, walk into our house while we were there. And my wife went out to the kitchen and saw him, like the kitchen's here and kind of like this mudroom thing, and saw him in there and spooked him, but he got away. He stole a bag of power tools and a few other things. And while he went out the gate, the cameras got him on the federal building out there, and the police looked at him and they knew who he was, but they couldn't find him with the goods. But that's what happened. So to set up a place for people to come warm themselves in a residential neighborhood like that, where people are living in their homes, is going to bring crime, and it could get worse. Who knows what's going to happen. My understanding of the homeless problem is a vast majority of those people are addicts, and when an addict needs a fix, they're willing to do anything to get what they need to get that fix. And I have sympathy for them, but I don't think that to bring people like that into an area like that where they can even organize in that situation, and to be able to disperse with that addiction, that force in them, that they're willing to do anything to get a fix, is kind of crazy. It should, if it's going to be anywhere, it should be in a more commercial area. And to get over addiction takes a deep psychic change, and they need to go through rehab and some sort of ongoing program like Narcotics Anonymous or something like that. And it isn't gonna help them to warm them up for 5 minutes. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Sweetie Marbury.
My name is Sweetie Marbury, and yes, I am a resident for almost 50 years in our beloved Durango. There are two issues that brought me here tonight. First of all, I think the public should know that the $1 million for the design of the redevelopment of Maine came from the 2015 sales tax. The ballot language does have the words pedestrian improvement in it. The sidewalk improvements have benefited neighborhoods such as Needham, College, 8th, and Junction Street, but never in my wildest imagination as a former mayor would I have ever dreamed of taking $1 million from the Parks and Rec Department. That sales tax was dedicated for parks, facilities, the recreation center, trails, and the urban forest. I believe that this city council has made a quantum leap in using those words, pedestrian improvement, to facilitate a design for tearing up Main Street. The next step is flawed, in my opinion. Council doesn't have support from businesses, as evidenced in the 75 business owners that wrote letters opposing it. There are many questions. Unknown time limits for construction on Main from 14th to 5th. Unknown major problems underneath the streets when you start tearing up the streets. By eliminating parking downtown, I believe is very flawed for all the business owners, and I am a supporter of all the businesses in the CBD. And the unknown mechanism for funding this construction, millions and millions of potential dollars. Do you really think voters will approve raising sales tax to pay for a flawed concept? I don't. My second issue is the request for funding the Durango Christian Church using the joint sales tax. I believe in the separation of church and state is very relevant to this issue. The request, in my opinion, has a perception of crossing the line. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person is Doug Lyon.
Doug Lyon, 940 East Fifth Avenue. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me tonight. I'm here to speak about the daytime homeless shelter on Third Avenue and the city's funding of that project. I'm opposed to the funding and the project itself for more reasons that I can enumerate in my 3 allotted minutes. If you've been to Denver in the last few years, you can see what lots and lots of homeless people in a downtown area can do to a downtown. I go up there every quarter for a meeting, and the staff at the organization where I have my meeting is reluctant to even go out for lunch. Another board member is moving his very sizable business out of downtown Denver because his employees are reluctant to come to work there because they're afraid. And similarly, and I'll get into this in just a second, similarly, I believe that this project and the city's funding thereof to be very detrimental to downtown business and to the quality of life and the actual and perceived safety of neighbors in the area. I don't know how long everybody's been in Durango. Ms. Yusuf's been here a long time, but I remember we tried this very thing in the past when Manna Soup Kitchen operated out of Sacred Heart Catholic Church, south of College. And the neighborhood rejoiced when Manna moved up to the social services campus. Everybody was very excited because there were a lot of problems with that operation operating out of the church just south of College there. And I don't believe we should recreate the same daytime homeless shelter on Third Avenue and just bring back the same old problems. And I mean, by the same old problems, I mean, man face down in alley, no pants, 11 a.m. type of problems. And you can't raise a family and have children in that environment. It is very detrimental to that, to people's efforts to raise their families and keep their children safe. And I don't believe, and I don't believe the city council believes actually, that people in the neighborhood want scary guys defecating and shooting up in the alley. And that's what we're going to get into. It's just a few of the problems that existed at the Old Manor location, south of College, and at the Purple Cliffs location. I mean, the stories are legion for Purple Cliffs. And I drove by the location of this warming shelter today at 4 o'clock. I did. And I drove by it at 4 o'clock. I was dropping off my daughter. And I saw a client from the homeless shelter leering at a young woman as she hurried to her car. And she has a right, and it wasn't my daughter, by the way, it was another young woman hurrying to her car. And she has a right not to be subject to that, and not to have that that feeling of actual and perceived lack of security. So finally, I'll observe that the people and organizations advocating for this are the same people and organizations that advocated for Purple Cliffs. And that didn't work.
Thank
Final
you.
point.
Thank you.
I believe that the city council should hire a videographer to go out to Purple Cliffs and make a very well done video of the mountains of trash and the $323,000 bill to clean that up.
Thank
so
you,
that we
Mr.
don't
Lyon.
Forget.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Lyon.
much.
The next person is Mr. Anisi. Nick Anisi.
Nick Anisi, 835 East Second Avenue. I'm here on behalf of two entities, the Durango West Building LLC and Main Avenue Properties LLC. West Building is located on East Second, and Main Avenue Properties is comprised of multiple retail storefronts on Main. And both of those entities opposed the location of this warming shelter. And it's not the concept so much as there have been existing problems that both of those entities have experienced. And the fear is that those problems will be exacerbated by the proximity of this. And I don't certainly want to cast the homeless population out as one collective group that has created problems. Both of these entities have experienced problems from what I suspect is an isolated group within that homeless population, but those problems have been so severe that it's impacted their ability to operate their businesses successfully, ranging from vandalism to simple trespass. But calling the police, these entities having to call the police to assist with those matters is, I don't think, fair to the police. And it's also something that does not assist with clientele being able to access the building. It's things as simple as homeless people falling asleep in the lobbies, or not using bathrooms in a human-like manner. While I'm sympathetic to the humanitarian crisis that exists, no doubt, I don't know that this solution really solves that problem, because I think there's inadvertent consequences from housing this in this particular location. And both of my clients take issue with the use of tax funds to put something in a location that very likely will hurt their ability to do business. Prior to this meeting, a colleague called me, and I wasn't present during what I think was a study session in which this council discussed criteria for where homeless facilities might be located. And I apologize in advance if I am misconveying this information, but I understood that one of the criteria was that these should not be located within a half mile of a school on the basis of safety. And I'm sure, as this council knows, you've got Durango Early Learning Center and the charter school at the 9R building that are within a quarter mile of this location. If that analysis is correct, I would ask that the same criteria be applied in this case, and that the same concern for safety towards our children is also applied towards business owners and homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rich Rostow.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, my name is Rich Roskowinski. I had the pleasure of standing at this podium for 27 years. I'm the former Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm not against the homeless, and the reason I can prove that is because when the house next door was taken down years ago, John Gamble approached me and said, what do we do with this? And it's the homeless shelter now, which is up on the hill. The problem I have, my mother-in-law lives at 928 3rd Avenue. And right next to the church, it was awful. I mean, you can't imagine my poor mother-in-law, 60 years old, how bad it was. Please don't put that in a residential area. It was terrible how bad it was. We have a problem. I'm not happy with the county saying, here's $1 million, it's your problem, city. It's all of our problems. The problem that we have is that they demand stuff and they're rude and they want stuff. I'm always in favor of helping everybody who wants our help and have families. I'm not in favor of the same thing this gentleman just said, somebody showing up, robbing them, stealing them. They slept in my mother-in-law's shed. They fornicated all over the place in the backyards. We had to spend nights there to help my mother-in-law. It was awful. Please don't do that. I'd be happy to serve on an advisory committee to help out to find a solution. I know you guys have your hands tied. What you should do is right, but I'm very emotional because my mother-in-law's no longer here. But when she lived there, it was awful. Please don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then finally, on this sign-up sheet, we have Richard Dilworth. Okay. Do we have some more?
I think these people wrote their names down.
Oh, okay, great. So then let's go to James Green. Oh, you're a public hearing. Oh, public hearing, sorry. Okay. All right, have we, Karen, are you on this for the public hearing? Okay, so like for this right now. Okay. Yeah.
I actually have a letter here I'm just going to hand out. It is from Susan Ayers Davies. And rather than use up my 3 minutes reading this letter, I'll just hand it out to you. And someone just handed me pictures that she took today on the riverfront of what's happened with where the homeless are right now and what they're using on the riverfront. I'll just hand these out and you can do what you want to with them. I think what Roscoe was talking about is, my name's Karen Anisi, I live at 1504 East 3rd. I think he was referring to St. Mark's. And this was maybe 30 years ago. I'm going to guess it was 30 years ago. There are people here, I'm seeing nods. St. Mark's did a day shelter. They were just feeding them. It wasn't an overnight shelter. And, you know, when I had a nice conversation with one of the counselors last night, and she said, you realize this is not an overnight shelter. And I said, neither was St. Mark's, because they sheltered on the porches. They sheltered in the yards, in the backyards, in the alleys. And the reason it went to Sacred Heart is because St. Mark's congregation just fell apart because this was such a hard thing for them to manage. They were well-intended, just as I am sure the group at the Christian church is well-intended. But I referenced to having a conversation with one of the counselors, and she said, well, Karen, what do you think should be done? And I just said, I don't know. I don't know what can be done. And then I actually thought about this overnight, and I think I do have a suggestion. I went to one of the city web pages in which I read in a profile, I value community engagement in addressing challenges and opportunities. And I do think that this city council have engaged the community because they often ask for feedback and input, and they hire people, consultants, find out what the community wants, because we represent the people. This is just not the opinion of 5 counselors. We represent the people. So I thought about this community engagement, and I thought about this issue, and what came to me was, how did we engage the community in this? I know that there were people that went to the fairgrounds and said, we don't want it at the fairgrounds. I know that there were people in other communities around Manna Soup Kitchen said, we don't want it here anymore. And then I think about, this is on item 1.13, 1331. I don't remember. It's at the end of the agenda. And I thought, here's an opportunity to engage the community, but I don't know that anybody came to this community, to our community. I mean, I guess they assumed that we'd want it, because after all, if you represent the people, then some neighborhood must want this. So here's the simple question. Why don't you just ask, do you want it in your neighborhood? Surely there is a neighborhood that wants this. Otherwise, you wouldn't be advocating so strongly to put it in the residential downtown neighborhoods. There's got to be a neighborhood that wants this. So ask the question, because these should not be just rhetoric. I value community engagement in addressing challenges and opportunities. Put your money where your mouth is. You don't have to hire a consultant. Just ask them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we have everyone who's here. Do I have a few more? Okay. And then those that are in video, we will get to you eventually, but we're going to take anyone from who's physically present. All right, what do we have? Diane Cassidy?
Hi, my name is Diane Cassidy. I live at 952 East 3rd Avenue. Our family has lived in that house since 1965. We've lived in the house next door to St. Mark's in the 30s and 40s. My great-grandmother lived in the Jake White house across from the church where this is proposed. It was a mess when the soup kitchen was at St. Mark's. And we were ecstatic when a solution came up with that Manna was built. It didn't end there at St. Mark's. The last 5 years, there's been an ongoing problem with the homeless living in the courtyard. The church has not always been very, I can't think of the word. They have not been very accommodating to the neighborhood with this issue. Roscoe's former wife lived there. A man would be there in the morning, stand up butt naked, pee in the courtyard. He lived there for at least a week before he was finally convinced to move elsewhere. That same person tried to break into our house in the middle of the night, along with 2 other people in the middle of the night. It is an issue. I have concerns about the location of this facility. I don't believe any of the neighbors were consulted ahead of time before it was thrown in our lap. I'm concerned about the school that is at the Smiley Center. They use the Mason Center daily for recess and lunch. I'm worried about the homeless at 4 or 5 o'clock, whatever is proposed to disperse, that they will certainly use the Mason Center as a convenient place to lodge. You guys have just spent $1 million or so rehabbing that site. It is a beautiful neighborhood park. I don't want to see it become an overnight shelter. Please consider a different location. I'm not against a warming spot, but not at this location in a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Carol Grenoble.
Hi, I'm Carol Grenoble. I live at 1001 East 3rd Avenue and have resided there for 40 years. After receiving, and I'm addressing for the warming shelter, my concerns. Receiving notice of this meeting tonight, I reflected on your joint meeting with the county commissioners back in September. And I believe you agreed that the stated homeless shelters should not be located at the fairgrounds, near senior centers or schools. Our neighborhood has at least 3 schools within 1 block, 2 blocks, and 3 blocks. Many seniors live immediately adjacent to the location and throughout the neighborhood. And my own granddaughters, who frequently visit, play in my own backyard. You're subjecting the above group of individuals to unpredictable behavior. I'm not inferring that all homeless people are violent, but it only takes one. I'd also like to share my own brief personal experience. I recently was unloading groceries from my car off of the back alley. And some individual was walking down the alley, yelling obscenities at the top of his voice, words I wouldn't want to repeat here, as my grandchildren were playing in the backyard. And as he passed my vehicle, he made eye contact with me and he said, "Lady, don't stare at me, and you'd be wise to go lock your doors." So I don't believe any shelter should be located in any neighborhood, and I certainly should not be funded by our sales tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to the host, do we have anyone in the attendee list with their hands raised?
Yes, Mayor, we have a couple. The first of which is Jason Meechan.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. And I don't know if you'll be able to see the clock, but I will raise my hand at 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I did not know this meeting was happening, or I would have come in person. I listened to the work session this afternoon on the homeless situation. And no, I don't call it unhoused, I call it homeless. I think that the warming shelter on 3rd Avenue may not be a good place for it, but it's a good taste of what it is. When this was in the county residents were called all kinds of names because they complained. They were called hateful, intolerant, you name it. Well, now the people that were calling county residents names, they're getting a taste of it. So drink up and enjoy. The situation is real. The complaints are valid. And now the people who were the elite who wanted to shove this out in the county, they get to have a taste of it. On to funding, the work session this afternoon. It all came down to who's going to fund, what's going to fund, what level, who's going to manage. Durango has enough money floating around this community in the hands of private citizens. They could fund 20 camps if they wanted to. I say you put this out for private funding. If the community wants it, they'll fund it. Tax dollars have no business in this. The city of the county can aid in permitting. If a piece of private property is put up with suitable location, you issue the proper permit, so it's all legal and above board. But the city and the county residents can fund this. There are plenty of wealthy people in this county, a lot of them. I just heard 2 ladies speak very bravely saying, it's time to put up or shut up. If the community wants it, put your hand up. If they don't put their hand up, don't force it on them. All these people have valid concerns. That's all I had to say. Thank you for a chance to comment.
Thank you. And do we have another person with their hand raised? I can see a hand raised, but I cannot see the name.
Yes, Mayor, we have Lynn Kitsch.
Please go ahead, Lynn.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Kitsch. I live on East 4th Avenue, right about a block away from where this site is proposed. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I wasn't able to make it there this evening. I just want to say that I agree with what Doug Lyon and Carol Grenoble have said earlier. I 100% agree with everything that they said, and this is not the place for it. I already don't feel safe at times walking at night down to City Market or downtown. And I too also have had someone similar to what the man said earlier, walk right into the back of my house in the middle of the day and also the middle of the night. It's very, very scary, and there's just going to be more of that. And also the school is right there. So I don't understand why we're even considering this with the school right down the street. That's all. Have a good night. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the attendee list virtually who has raised their hand?
No, Mayor, we do not have anyone else on the list.
All right, then. Well, thank you. I appreciate your coming to speak your mind and sharing your thoughts with council. Next, we will have city operational updates. The first one is item 7.1, technology updates, including Gov OS licensing software, electronic bulletin boards, Q&A, open records.
Thanks, guys. Absolutely. Yep.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Faye Harmer, City Clerk, as you are all. Oh, you're fine. Thank you, sir. Faye Harmer, City Clerk, as you're all aware. Just wanted to give you a few updates this evening. We've been working on some interactive technology and updating some great outreach for the community. And so we just wanted to give you a few updates on what we've accomplished in the last few months and things that we've got coming up. So first of all, we have 4 ongoing and new technologies that we'd like to introduce you to tonight briefly. Each one of these technologies was an interdepartmental collaboration. We had multiple departments involved in every one of these processes. And without the collaboration and the cooperation of these departments and the enthusiasm, there's no way we could have pulled this off. It just wouldn't happen. Feel free to interrupt me at any time if you'd like, if you have any questions on the technology as I go. The first technology is our MuniRev software system. It's our business licensing software that Ben manages for us. This software went live last April. We are now, however, going into our first renewal cycle. We'll be renewing about 5,800 business licenses with MuniRevs. In the past, staff had to go into the old system and basically trigger those renewals. It would it would send a PDF email to all the business licenses and ask for renewals. Some of those were renewed online, a good percentage in the last few years, but a lot of them were mailed back in with a check that had to be processed by finance. The MuniRev system automatically triggers these renewal reminders and sends a weekly reminder to every business who has not yet renewed. Generally, in the old system, in February of every year, we'd go back and send emails or written letters that we'd print out and mail out to probably 1,000 or so odd businesses that hadn't renewed yet. But we were thinking with the MuniRev system of weekly reminders that probably will be reduced by quite a few. So we are hoping for that. And so we'll see how that process goes, but we're excited to see how the new renewal process handles. The next software, of course, you all know that we have the electronic bulletin boards in the lobby. We were able to clean up our lobby, get rid of a lot of the paper and save push pins for something else. I'm not sure what. But the electronic bulletin boards have allowed us to not only do our council agendas, the schedule of meetings, we're also posting HR positions. We're also posting information on the airport terminal expansion. We added information on the sales tax rebate when that program was going, on the food rebate that was going on. We're doing bid opportunities, and of course, we're doing the court docket during court sessions as well. The electronic bulletin boards, of course, save paper and the push pins. But not only that, it gives us a little more modern, streamlined look to the lobby, and it gives us the opportunity to post things that we wouldn't be able to post otherwise. The airport terminal expansion is, I don't know, 10 or 12 slides, full color. Trying to post those on a bulletin board with push pins just isn't the same. So it's really nice to be able to post some new and different things. The program was actually successful enough here. They've instituted it on some of the transit buses as well. So it's kind of spreading its little tentacles out there. So we're excited about that. We just also launched 2 weeks ago our open records request portal. I'm sure some of the counselors have seen the automated emails that you're getting, letting you know what's being requested of citizens, or citizens are requesting from us. The old system was a manual system. We were processing 300 records requests a year by manually saving individual emails into a folder and manually calendaring reminders to make sure we hit those statutory deadlines and sending emails out to the various departments and then following up with them. We figured on average, a normal, easy request probably took about an hour of our staff time just to send those emails out and the reminders and the follow-ups. The new system sends automatic emails to us and lets us know the request is there. We literally choose a name from our drop-down menu and assign an activity for them to provide the information. They upload straight into the portal. The portal notifies us that it's there. We review the files, see if we need to have it sent to the city attorney or not. If not, we can go ahead and release those files. Then the citizen logs into the portal and can view those files directly. Right now, we're thinking that those requests are taking us between 15 and 20 minutes total versus the hour that we used to take. So when you start multiplying that over 300 requests, we're saving a lot of time. So we can do other things. So that's pretty exciting. The interest, another part of that is the archivals part of the system. As I said, we were manually saving those emails. And now because the system archives everything in order in the system, we have full disclosure of absolutely hitting every statutory deadline that we have to hit. It also has a great reporting system, so we'll be able to use that to justify our key performance indicators for the strategic plan as well. And the last one that was installed yesterday is the self-help kiosk that we have in our lobby now. This was a brainchild that's been kind of floating around for a couple of years, and we finally made it happen. The kiosk is a touch screen, as you can see from the screen there. You can touch the screen and apply for a job. You can file a records request. You can search city records, make payments, so on. The concept of this, to borrow a phrase from the library, is to serve the underserved. Those that either don't have computer access or don't have internet access can certainly use this portal. In addition, it's almost become something that the public almost expects, you know, the self-service checkout, the, you know, ATMs on every corner, the, you know, drive-through DMV kiosks, you know, those things. So for those people that just want to come in and make a quick payment, the cashier is busy or there's a line, they don't want to wait in line, they could go over, they can make their payment and they can be on their way. We'll kind of see how this works. It's kind of in the experimental stage, the testing stage, we're calling it. And we'll take comment from everybody to see what else they want to see on the kiosk or what's on there that maybe we don't need on there. If the kiosk is well received and utilized, we'll look at adding a second kiosk. So if someone is applying for a job on the kiosk and a certain person wants to make a payment, they could go to the other kiosk and make that payment very quickly. So we'll see how that goes. Basically, it's just more ways for the community to access city services. And we're hoping that all this will work out great and we'll continue on and do some more fun stuff. So going forward, obviously, these are some of the departments that collaborated to make all these things happen in the last several months. We'll be working on some signage for the electronic bulletin boards and for the kiosk to kind of direct the public to let them know that those services are available. Right now, it's easy to walk by them and not notice they're there. So we'll get some signage up there and make sure the public knows that they're there. And of course, we're taking the input on the kiosk for the community and looking at that second kiosk. We're also looking at a future 2023 project. Ben will be working, spearheading, checking into an interface between our court management system and our records retention system to see if we can't eliminate the need for a manual scanning of court files, which would save a lot of time as well. And so that's the total update on what we've been doing. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Faye. Any questions for Faye? No, it's great work and appreciate the team effort.
Thank you so much. I just was one suggestion too. I was thinking on the electronic monitoring system out in the, well, if it's out in the hall out here. We had talked about doing some social media stuff with Tom for our streets projects and the projects that we're doing like that. It'd be a good place to kind of get some of that word out as well.
Sure, you betcha. We can put that on the bulletin boards and
yeah,
we can work with IT about possibly getting some input, you know, public comment, public input.
Oh, good. That's a good idea
Something
too.
like that on the kiosk. Sure.
Great.
Just just want to give Faye a big thank you and all the departments that work together. I think you're really beginning to see the collaboration come through. That's not only helping us with reduction in soft costs and becoming more efficient, but I think at the end of the day, providing a better product to our customer, the citizens, and being able to get the services they need. So big shout out to you, Faye, for taking on all these projects and taking lead, and for all the departments that came and supported her. It's just a great thing to see this culture coming together.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, we have item 7.2, the Downtown Durango Hotel. I think Scott Shine, you're going to be presenting on that. Perfect. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Scott Shine with Community Development. I have what I think will be a very brief update for you, just in the interest of not having any surprises and also getting it documented on the record for those that are watching. We've been trying very hard to balance two things on the downtown Durango site, where we think the best outcome is for them to be moving forward and stabilizing the wall with their actual building, while also making sure that we're protecting the public safety and public interest, as that wall is very tall and backs up right to a neighborhood. So that's been on our minds. They have been issued a foundation permit, and we do have documentation that they've been working off-site to prepare all the materials they need to build their parking garage, which will be the first step in building the project. So we understand that they want to be moving forward as soon as possible. We're waiting for them to provide a letter of credit to us that makes sure we have the resources to go in and stabilize the wall if anything should happen there. Once we have that, they will be able to continue with on-site construction, and we understand that's their plan. We've been monitoring the stability of that wall monthly, and in some cases more frequently, to make sure it's not settling or shifting or compromising the utilities or the structure of the alley behind the site. And we've been pleased to find that it's holding up well and is a very stable shoring structure. So I guess that's the content of what we wanted to share with you. Let you know you could see some activity out there. They're starting to store some materials. They hope to mobilize in the next few weeks. I also want to recognize Daniel Murray, who came in to our office and did a lot of work to push the developers forward to actually continue activity on the site and not just let it sit. And Tony has also helped a lot with the legal agreements between us and the developer to make sure we're protected. So I think we're in a good position now, and just hope that that can continue moving forward and get to a stable outcome. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Scott?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, Scott. I think that project has been an eyesore for our community, for quite a few people, not only an eyesore, but also health and safety issue. Can you remind me, when was that construction started? What year was that?
The excavation started, I want to say 2019. Yeah.
On the security that you were asking for, is there also going to be a completion bond or some sort of contracted performance bond to make sure that we don't face the same issue? It seems that with them, and of course there is the COVID years and there's always reasons, but it seems that we've been very lenient, because there's no penalties, and actually the city's spending time and money to inspect the wall on a monthly or more basis. So it seems like they're getting a bit of a free ride.
The
Not
letter,
really, but
letter of credit is intended to protect us and make sure that if they don't perform and complete the wall, we have the resources we need to either backfill it or come up with a different solution. They will also have to securitize what we call the public improvements around the site. So sidewalk, all the utility work, that will also be a separate security.
yeah, because when I read it, I think it says the wall, but the wall is not the whole structure. That's where I think maybe I was looking for maybe the complete project or.
Yeah. The garage and getting the wall stabilized is what will be covered by this current letter of credit in this agreement.
Yeah, so if they, in 2 years, there's something else that happens, we might be facing a similar situation, except not the health and safety issue with the wall.
Exactly. Yeah. Hopefully we have at least the garage finished, that's stabilized. They have communicated with us that their plan is to start constructing the modular components that will be used to build the hotels. But yeah.
Is it possible to ask for more? Have you asked for more, like the full performance bond or a full commitment in writing with some security for the whole project, not the wall?
The amount we're asking for is very substantial right now.
Mm.
And I don't know if I understand exactly. You want a guarantee that the project will be built by a certain time?
Yeah, if possible, because
Yeah.
they've already been at it for.
I've never encountered something like that. We do have expirations on building permits. So those things can expire if they don't perform, but there's not, I haven't encountered anything like a bond to ensure performance of a private improvement.
Yeah, all right. I thought I'd ask, so we don't happen,
Yeah.
doesn't happen in the future. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Okay, next we have is the review of the consent agenda. The consent agenda is intended to allow the city council by a single motion to approve matters that are considered routine or non-controversial. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests an item be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Items removed from the consent agenda will be considered under agenda item 9. Can we have a reading of the consent agenda, please?
Yes, items 8.1 through 8.3 are approval of minutes. 8.1 is for November 1st, 2022 of the city council study session. 8.2 is approval of the minutes for the November 1st city council regular meeting. 8.3 is for the November 4th, 2022 city council study session. Items 8.4 through 8.9 are discussion and possible action items. 8.4 is to approve presiding municipal judge Law's recommendation for the appointment of a replacement associate judge effective January 1st, 2023. 8.5 is to authorize the mayor to sign off on behalf of the city as a co-landowner with La Plata County, the Fourth Amendment to the Declaration of Protective Covenants of Bodo Business Ranches, Unit 3. 8.6 is concerning a resolution to amend the 2022 budget. 8.7 is discussion and possible action concerning the submission of a community development block grant, CDBG application on behalf of Homes Fund, Inc. 8.8 concerns the approval of Mountain Trace Building D as build plat. 8.9 is regarding the Family Medical Leave Insurance, otherwise known as Family Program.
Thank you. Thank you. Does any counselor have any item to remove from the consent agenda?
I have item 8.6 and 8.7.
Okay, is there anyone else? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 8.6?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Can we have the vote, please?
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. All right, items 8.6.
Thank you. I just wanted to have a clarification on the transfers from the general fund and the housing fund. There is prior revenues from affordable housing, not in restricted fund balance. Prior revenue contributes, not in restricted fund balance. And then the homes fund expense to be budgeted for the Animus Mobile Home Park. Can you explain a little bit about those? I'm not sure if you would be the right person or. Yeah.
Sure. So good evening, Mayor and Council, Devin Schmidt, Budget and Strategic Plan Officer. So what those items are is one is the affordable housing fees were previously housed in the general fund until the housing division innovation fund was created. Staff identified those dollar amounts to be moved to the housing fund based on prior year receipts. And as it relates to the 305,665 for the Animas Mobile Home Park as an expense, that was expensed out of revenues in 2021. So this is to allow for that to be moved to expenditures. In addition, that amount was, I believe, classified as a loan payable. It's actually not a loan. That was a contribution that the city provided to the Animas Mobile Home Park through Homes Fund. So those are two adjustments on the budgetary side to move that funding.
Okay, yeah, and the reason I was curious about this, these are the fee in lieu payments, or is it this is the transfer fees, I guess. The Twin Buttes is the transfer fees.
So the Twin Buttes is the transfer fees, the affordable housing fees. Those were, yes. So there's 3 different funding buckets there if you look at those revenues.
So first, is this structurally corrected so that in the future it goes into the housing fund? Or is it going to be something that you have to follow up on every time with the transfer from the general fund to the housing fund?
I would say at this point, I can invite Jared Biggs up here. He would know a little bit more about the mechanics and the receipts on it. On a budgetary side, yes. But I'd like to refer to Assistant Finance Director Jared Biggs on that one.
Councilor Bozeman's council, Jared Biggs, the Assistant Finance Director. We have made these corrections now that the fund is established. So some of this is cleanup from our past history with these funds. So moving some of these receipts that we received in previous years, ensuring we calculated them appropriately and moving them now with this action appropriately into the housing fund.
Okay, I was surprised about the low number. I thought it was, if this is from the start of the fair share ordinance and the start of the transfer fee that were applied to Twin Buttes and Three Springs, then I'm like, that is not very much.
So if I make Councilor Bosman, some of those fees were removed. They were moved in 2021 budget process. These are fees that were identified by staff that had not been moved yet out of the general fund into there. So any of those additional fees would have already been moved by way of the 21 budget process. And to Jared's point, they'll continue to be recorded there. These are prior year adjustments that we are now moving into the housing fund. So.
Okay, well, very good. Thank you for the explanation, and I move to approve this consent agenda item.
Thank you.
Second. Sorry.
Any more discussion? Please call the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef, did you second that one? Oh. Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Item 8.7.
Yeah, I pulled this one off in a positive manner. I wanted to just highlight that this is a really good way to encourage entry-level home buyers to get some financial support and to bridge the gap that they need to get into house ownership. So I just wanted to say that's a great thing. Not sure if you wanted to add something to that, but I hope this one passes.
Well, and thank you. Lisa Bloomquist was also here. It is her birthday today, and so she had to go to a dinner reservation. But this was in collaboration with the city and the Housing Innovation Division. As you can see from the staff report, this has been in existence since 2012 in support of that. It's often a 3-year grant, and so this is just another opportunity for us to apply for that. It'll be a pass-through through the city.
Yep. Very good. So that's all I had. Thank you for that. And I move to a motion to pass this 8.7 consent agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Please call the vote.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. All right, we will now move to public hearings. We'll start with item 11.1.1. Public hearing to consider an ordinance appropriating sums of money in various funds and spending agencies. Devin, is that, I'm seeing that that's going to be you. We'll get your presentation. We will then open the public hearing, get feedback from the community, close the public hearing, and then council will be able to ask questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Devin Schmidt, Budget and Strategic Plan Officer. This is the public hearing to consider the 2023 annual appropriation ordinances that are on the agenda for first reading later this evening. So this ordinance, both ordinance align because there's two separate ordinances here with financial excellence and high performing government. The purpose of this is part of the annual budget process and in compliance with Article 5, Section 6 of City Charter. Council shall adopt the final budget with the necessary ordinances. So the city manager's 2023 proposed budget has been reviewed and discussed by City Council. The proposed budget outlines the details and the purpose and extent of each expenditure and each of the accounting funds. In addition, a public hearing was held on October 18th to allow public participation and input. From there, as per council's direction, certain amendments have been made, as well as recommendations by staff, which are a result of either estimated revenues or proposed expenditure changes, as have also been incorporated. Staff amendments are in the nature of corrections or adjustments with better information obtained since the budget was originally proposed. And during reconciliation, a list of items was reviewed by City Council. The attached resolution has incorporated all the amendments, both staff's and City Council's, as discussed by Council at the budget reconciliation at the study session earlier, as well as on November 1st. In addition, I did want to highlight to the public that the 2023 adopted budget, should council approve it on December 6th, is available online at OpenGov. There are links included here where you can click. You can also see the reconciliation summary on that page and the fund balance changes. As following historical and just best practices, the city staff will continue to update the narratives and those divisional forms for submission to DOLA and GFOA on January 31st, as well as repost the printed and adopted budget book. So the city of Durango this is for consideration for the 2023 annual operating budget. This is the first ordinance for consideration of public hearing this evening. This would authorize the spending based on revenue streams contributed to the funds in a total amount of $112,378,731. This includes transfers in, and that would be the total operating funds proposed. So at this time, it's the recommendation that City Council by motion conduct a public hearing and consider testimony given regarding the annual ordinance for the operating ordinance.
And I actually recognize that I didn't quite get this right. I think we actually have to vote to open the public hearing. Is that what you're indicating there?
That's what it says, but
That normally we don't do that. So I was just curious.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I think I went back and looked at last year. I think you just opened the public
Okay,
hearing.
good. That's just what I wanted to be. Thank you. So exactly, with the
Yes.
ordinance later. Okay, good. So is there anyone here to speak on this issue who's present in the room? Or has anyone raised their hand? Is this one? And present then to do that? Has anyone raised their hand electronically who would like to speak on this issue?
Yes, Mayor, we have John Simpson who has raised his hand. I'm going to allow him to speak now.
So I want to make it clear that this is, we are in open public hearing right now, and we'll listen to Mr. Simpson first.
Mayor Noseworthy, John Simpson, city resident. Just a couple comments on the operating ordinance. First, the library. You have sufficient money in your reserves to open the library on Sundays. I think it's pretty unfair to be holding our children hostage until a library tax is approved. You heard from a lot of people wanting a warming shelter. Well, you can kind of kill two birds with one stone with opening the library on Sundays. You have sufficient money. There's no reason to stop that process. Next, I think I've previously asked about the revenues associated with our fall and spring cleanup. I was promised an answer of how that is legal when you have no choice to pay that. You have to pay that no matter what, and it goes into the general fund where it can be spent on who knows what. So I ask, have you discussed the legality of the revenues associated with the spring and fall cleanup? And then also associated with that is the sustainability charge. I have no option to pay that. And I really struggle to pay that with the new plan to go into debt for solar, toilets, sinks, etc. Where I really struggle paying the sustainability fee when I feel, it's not being used in a good manner. So hopefully you guys can discuss possibly addressing those revenues that you are going to approve tonight, as well as opening the library as soon as possible. Mayor Noseworthy.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who signed up to speak during this public hearing?
Not virtually, Mayor.
All right, I will close the public hearing and open for questions from council.
Just one question on process, Mayor. You're not looking for a motion tonight. This was just for the public hearing tonight, correct? Or later? Later in the session, but not on this agenda. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well then moving on to our next ordinance or public hearing is for the 2023 capital budget for the city of Durango. So this authorizes spending in the amount of $55,118,558, and that includes transfers in the total operating funds proposed. Again, these summaries are available online at our website through OpenGov for anybody that would like to review those. So again, it would be that a public hearing is conducted to consider testimony giving the annual capital appropriation ordinance.
I'm going to stop just for a minute. I think the Mayor Pro Tem and I are having that conversation. Because it is on the sheet that we would call for a vote on the hearing. I just want to clarify that it is not needed.
Mayor, you didn't need it last year. I think consistent with practice, you
Okay.
could continue, but I think you're fine.
Thank you. All right, Devin. Let's see where we're at. We're opening. the-
Apologies, yes. So, but please, if the recommendation is to please open the public hearing for the
Thank you.
capital ordinance.
I will do that. We will open the public hearing and there is no one who signed up on this. Oh, do we have someone from the sheet? All right. We have James Green. He's on the Mesa Verde list. He's not on this one. That's all right, James. I've got you on the list for that one. Yeah. You will be speaking. So there's none of those. That's mine. Okay. There we go. Is there anyone virtually who has something to say about this item?
Yes, Mayor. John Simpson would like to speak. I'm going to allow him to talk now.
Please go ahead, John.
Mayor Noseworthy, John Simpson, city resident. I'd like to bring up the 2019 sales tax proposal that you have in front of you tonight. The language that was approved for that tax said that all expenses would be put in front of the Citizens Advisory Board. What you have in front of you tonight includes a $6.6 million for a county road project that was not put in front of the Citizens Advisory Committee. The Citizens Advisory Committee saw a much smaller number And since that, there's been projects in the city that have been cut. When you add that to the lack of progress on alleys, lack of progress on ADA ramps, lack of progress on sidewalks, I think you guys should be looking into that as soon as possible, because not only, that tax was not promised to fix county roads, it was promised to fix city roads. And it was also passed under the assumption that these expenses would go in front of us advisory board, and they haven't yet. Mayor Noseworthy.
Thank you. Is there anyone else signed up to speak in this public hearing?
No one has raised their hand virtually, Mayor.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and open for questions from council. And I also see that Allison is here. So if we need to ask you a question about 2019, I'd like to be able to do that. Questions of Devin? I would like to just clarify one point as a liaison on the advisory board, the infrastructure advisory board. First of all, I have raised the question. I raised it in the IAB and I've raised it before, and we're working with the city attorney to make certain that we, what would be the legal constraints of using 2019 money for the County Road 250 renovation. And we've raised the question of whether or not we'd have to annex that property first, and that's still being decided through the city attorney's office. So I do want to make that very clear that we did, we've raised that, we're aware of it, and we're looking into the legality of that. As to discussing the IAB, the 2019 and that street, Allison, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Allison Baker, Public Utilities, Public Works Director. So, Mr. Simpson, I appreciate your comments and do want to acknowledge that we have repeatedly taken $3.3 million of the $6.6 million project in front of the IAB as recently as July of this year, and did receive approval for that. The intent is for the $6.6 million to be split 50-50 with the county participating at a $3.3 million level and the city at the same. So, excuse me, we are in discussion on that. We've also gone to multimodal advisory board 3 different times with that same project. So we have had a lot of citizen advisory input. Always welcome more.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. And I did want to acknowledge that sidewalks, alleys, and ADA ramps all went to bid this year for construction, and we did not receive bids on those. So they're not being ignored. They're just currently unable to be completed.
Very good. I think I just wanted you to clarify, mostly for council's edification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Devin?
And I just wanted to present the next steps of the budget process. So this is where the public hearing will have the first reading of the ordinances later this evening. On December 6th, we'll have the budget adoption with the 2 ordinances on consent, and then 2 budget appropriations for the resolutions. And once again, the budget will be finalized and submitted to DOLA and GFOA on January 31st. So.
Thank you, Devin, and very best of wishes for your application for another possible award on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to it.
All right, we will move to quasi judicial hearings where I know we're going to hear from Mr. Green eventually. So the first one is 11.2.1. It's on the Hermiston Minor Subdivision.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We're launching into 4 development review hearings, and I just wanted to take a minute before we do that, before you hear from Bryce and Mark from Community Development, just to share that currently the Land Use and Development Code spells out the steps that a project has to go through to get its approval. So it requires public hearings before council for different types of projects, but the Land Use and Development Code can be changed. We have 2 hearings before you tonight that we feel could be delegated to Planning Commission in the future to help make more efficient use of your time and not bring sort of minor administrative level types of things to you for hearing. And so I just wanted to put that on your radar that we're assessing the types of hearings that come to you. Like I said, we have 2 tonight that are very minor and straightforward that we would probably move into that category. The other 2 are larger projects and a little more complex that would probably still come to you for final review and approval. But again, just want kind of a preface to some work that we're going to be doing over the next few months to adjust our hearing procedures. And again, make sure these meetings are used most effectively and efficiently. So if you have any comments or observations after these 4 hearings that you want to provide back to us, we're open to hearing that. But now we'll launch into the 4 community development hearings.
Just a quick question on that. I really would appreciate.
Yeah,
Does it require an ordinance on our end?
it would be text amendments to the Land Use and Development Code, and those go to Planning Commission and are approved by council. So you would see what was being proposed before they were implemented.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bryce, thank you.
All right, yes, thank you, council. My first presentation for tonight is the 3210 West Second Avenue minor subdivision. Tonight will be the public hearing for City Council. This project is a request to subdivide 3210 West Second Avenue, which is a 15,000 square foot property, into 2 equally sized parcels of 7,500 square feet. And Planning Commission did give their unanimous approval at their last meeting. This is a context map of the property. You can see it there highlighted in red, or the boundaries are in red. In that area is the Main Avenue and East 32nd intersection, Susanimus River over here, and Northside City Market, to give you all an idea of where this property is located. This is a zoomed in view of the property. There's an existing duplex on the site, and the site will be split to allow for a second duplex to be constructed in the future on the newly created lot. This is a subdivision plat that shows how there is a slight jog in the division of the property to allow for each parcel to be 7,500 square feet, which is the minimum requirement for a duplex in this established neighborhood 2 zone. So that's the explanation for the slight difference or the jog in that division line. The subdivision contains 5 or fewer lots, so the project is considered a minor subdivision, which is requiring a preliminary plat review by Planning Commission and City Council. So we've done the Planning Commission step, and we're here at City Council today. The 2 proposed parcels meet the standards for new residential lots in established neighborhood 2. And the project will result in additional infill housing development for the city, and utilities are readily available for the future development. For public comments, we did not receive any for this project. As Scott had spoken to earlier, this is one of our straightforward ones that we may be able to kind of circumvent from City Council after you guys review that proposed change. And you can see the recommended motion there on the screen, and I'll open it to questions now.
Actually, we'll open the public hearing first. Thank you. So with that, I'll open the public hearing. I have no sheets, I don't believe, with.
Come on up.
No one has signed up for this one. Thank you. Has anyone virtually raised their hand to speak as public comment?
Stop sharing.
No one has raised their hand, Mayor.
Thank you. On that, I will close the public hearing and open for questions from council. If there are no questions, can we have a motion?
I move to approve the proposed 3210 West Second Avenue minor subdivision with the finding that the proposal complies with the City of Durango Land Use and Development Code per presented testimony, submitted documentation, and conditions outlined in the staff report.
I'll second. Is there any discussion? Please call the vote.
Counselor Buell.
Yes.
Counselor Pastor,
Yes.
Counselor Bosniak,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
And Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. The next item we've all been waiting for is the public hearing for the Mesa Verde Estates preliminary development plan, South Fork. Mark.
Wait, how do you do that on here? Is it not already shared?
This is just showing it here. I'll show you.
No.
No. Sorry, need to share screen real quick. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mark Williams, Community Development Department. This is a preliminary PD review for Mesa Verde Estates, which is an assisted living facility that will be in South Fork. We've looked at a few projects in South Fork recently, so I'm pretty sure you know where it is I'm talking about. After review here, this would go to the design review board for a final review and then a staff level review as part of the final PD. The property is 5 acres. It's southwest of the hospital, a little bit north of Wilson Gulch Drive, and immediately south of the BLD apartments, which we looked at last month. So this project would have 92 assisted living units and 32 memory care units. The difference being memory care has more security and more care for the residents. The 92 units are a variety of studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms, and then there are a number of on-site amenities, both indoors and outdoors. Outdoors, there are walking trails, picnic areas, open spaces, and then indoors, there's an exercise room, a library, a game room, and other things that are listed in the staff report. And then the access is provided on a looped drive that you can see here that goes around the entire site. So it comes in on the west, southwest, and leaves on the northwest. This area right here is the traffic circle on, we finally have a name for it, Crater Ranch Road, formerly Ewing Mesa Drive. So Crater Ranch Road, and the access is off here. This is shared with a commercial lot to the south. So there are 3 different parking areas, 4 different really, broken up around the site. So there's not one huge parking area. The memory care for part of the facility is up here in the northeast corner, and the residents there have a secure outdoor area where they can go. And then the rest of the site is broken up into different outdoor areas. You can see the trails that come down here. There's a walking trail that connects to the sidewalk on the main road. And then that trail extends around to the rest of the site. This rendering is actually changed, and we hope to hear from James Green later, and we'll see the updated version, so I won't dwell on this one. So this is part of the affordability and economic opportunity in terms of how it applies to the strategic plan goals to create, is a perfect example of creating housing opportunities for different generations. We do a preliminary plan review that focuses on all the items you can see up there, and the plan complies with all of these. They've done a good job looking through our code and making sure that lighting, landscaping, utilities, etc., that they meet all of our standards. We did not receive any public comment regarding this project, and you can see the recommended, well, it's blocked a little bit, so I'll read it. The recommended motion is I move to approve the Mesa Verde Estates preliminary plan with the findings and conditions contained in the staff report and as discussed
in this agenda documentation and direct the applicant to submit the final plan for staff review.
And thank you, Mark. I will open the public hearing. And now we have Mr. James Green.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, everybody else. I feel so welcome here. I'm really here just on a technical advisory. The owner operator, Mike Hines is here, and I give it up to him. If you have technical questions about civil, engineering, drainage, roads, utilities, I'm here. Thank you.
Very good. Did you want to say anything, sir? Or wait till council opens up for questions? Well, we'd love to hear from you and your.
Yeah, let me, he asked before the meeting that I just open up one image so we can get the most up to date. Yeah. There we go.
Hello, my name is Mike Dynas. I'm with Mission Senior Living. We're out of Carson City, Nevada. And it's a great opportunity to introduce us, not so much the project, but the company and what we're about to Durango. Really excited to be in Durango. We are a small company. My partner and I have been in this business for a long time. We started this company back in 2012. We have 8 communities currently that we operate in Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, and Montana. And we're just finishing a project in Farmington currently. That's where I've been the last 2 days. We're hope to be open in the next 4 weeks. And we happened onto the Durango market as we were traveling to Farmington, fell in love with Durango. We feel there's a strong unmet need for seniors in this marketplace. It was great to see Scott because Scott was my first contact at the city, never met him, but had a lot of help in finding a site. We got lucky, happened on this project by the hospital. I've met with the hospital administrators, and we're just really excited to come to the market and know that we are the developers, and I have a lot of partners. I'm a very minority owner, but we're the builders and the owners of this project, but our main business is operating them. And the other things, being a contractor and a developer, is just a necessary need to be able to create a home for seniors. And so we're not building a facility, we're building a community. And our mission statement's really important to us. It's caring people, serving people, improving lives. And we run our company and we lead and we instill that in the people that work for us. And because they're the frontline caregivers that make a difference in seniors' lives. And if we manage our company with what's in their heart, which that's why they're caregivers, we create something special. We're going to build a very nice project. We're going to meet all the design standards. But what really makes these places a home is what the team, the on-site team does. And that on-site team will be local people. In Farmington, we have our leadership team in place. Our administrator, our nursing director, our salesperson are all longtime Farmington residents. We hope to do the exact same thing here in Farmington. So I'm not talking about the project, I'm talking about us and what we want to be, and we're going to be here long-term in your community, and we want to be part of the community. So
Thank you so much. We'll get back to more questions. I wanted to see if there's anyone virtually who wanted to make anything during this public comment period.
No, Mayor, no one has raised their hand virtually.
Then on that, I will close the public hearing and open it up for questions from council. And I'll start. My goodness, I am so grateful. As a senior citizen and then having thought about how to care for my parents at one point, I think this is a much needed facility in our community. So I appreciate you driving by Durango, falling in love with it, and deciding to build here as well.
I'll just add, I really appreciate your concept of building a community. Great location, especially for those that you're serving and like you said, very strong unmet need for our seniors here. So we welcome you guys to the community. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo all that and it sounds like a great project. I love the outdoor additions you've added in there. So yeah, it's exciting. Thank you.
Mark, could you please put the motion
I
back
have it
up?
right here.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the Mesa Verde Estates preliminary plan with findings and conditions contained in the staff report and as discussed in this agenda documentation and direct the applicant to submit the final plan for staff review.
I'll second.
Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say I really, really like the concept of the 3 separate parking lots on the outside. It's so disappointing to see a really appreciate it. And the concept, I echo what everyone else has said, much needed and much appreciated. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Oh, I said a discussion, right, sorry. Let's do the vote. Lost my train of thought there.
Yes.
Counselor Buell.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes, thank you. All right, now. Here we go. Item 11.2.3, public hearing for the Twin Buttes lots 95 and 96. Thank you.
Come to Farmington and visit the property. It's gonna be a copy of what's in Farmington. It's pretty. So it's open.
It's weird that it stops sharing.
Come by anytime.
It wasn't sharing.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Is it-
Yeah, let me do this one. Yeah, there we go. Good, okay. Good time. Okay, thank you. Mark Williams again, Community Development Department. This is a minor subdivision in Twin Buttes. There are 2 lots, lots 95 and 96. And the boundary between those 2 properties is proposing to be adjusted. The proposal meets all of the Twin Buttes and city standards for doing a subdivision. It was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. And then if this is approved, the staff would review the final plat. To get you oriented, this is Twin Buttes and this is Highway 160 West. This is Twin Buttes Avenue, the main entrance into Twin Buttes right now. And here's a pickleball court. So this used to be where we're talking about part of parcel H, which was one of the so-called bulk parcels, which they left unsubdivided when they originally created Twin Buttes, meaning to figure out what to do with it later based on market demand. And so that market demand was subdivided into 4 lots for single family homes. Originally, these 2 lots had a shared driveway. The owners would now like to split those driveways. And in order to have those 2 driveways split and far enough apart from the property line and from the nearest intersection, this property line needs to be moved over a little bit. So you can see on this plat, this is the original or the current border between the 2, between the 2 properties, and it would just be moved over here. And then they'd each have their own driveway and they would extinguish some of the shared easements they needed to have in order to do that. So this complies with the strategic plan goals for affordability and economic opportunity. It complies with all of the city's dimensional standards for doing this subdivision and for the subdivision process. We did get 2 letters of opposition to the project who their residents in Twin Buttes, they objected to the creation of 2 driveways where there is now 1 for safety reasons, and also because Twin Buttes has a sustainability component, and having 2 driveways instead of 1 means more concrete, which means more greenhouse gas emissions. But the city's recommended motion is to approve the subdivision with the language that you can see on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe there's anyone signed up in the room to speak for this. I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone virtually who wishes to speak to this issue?
No, Mayor, no one has indicated that they wish to speak.
I will close the public hearing and open it for council questions. Any questions related to this topic? Then may we have a motion?
I move to approve the Twin Buttes lots 95 and 96 preliminary minor subdivision with findings and conditions contained in the staff report and direct the applicant to submit the final plat for staff review and authorize the mayor to sign the final plat.
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Counselor Buell.
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. We have one more public hearing. It's the upstream conceptual plan development, rezone and minor subdivision. Bryce.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Noseworthy. So the applicant Upstream Development LLC is represented by PST Engineering and proposes to subdivide, rezone, and create a planned development on the property currently addressed as 760 East 31st Street. The property is 1.7 acres with one single-family home and an ADU located on site currently at the northwestern part of the cul-de-sac at the end of East 31st Street. The proposal will result in a total of 3 homes and 2 ADUs on 3 lots. And this proposal was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission at their last meeting. This is a context map of the area. You can see the property highlighted or the boundaries in red. So that is East 32nd up above there. This is the old landfill site that is now kind of like a walking area. And this is Holly Avenue over here. And then you can see the dead end or the property is accessed from this cul-de-sac here. Here's a more zoomed in view of that. You can see the existing ADU and the existing home. And then kind of the start of what will be the future private drive or driveway, but it will be private. The subdivision proposal requires the property to be rezoned as a planned development, as the zoning standards for the current zone, which is EN 5C, would require more street frontage than is possible for this site since it is located on a cul-de-sac. The subdivision rezone and first step of the plan development review is the conceptual plan, and those will all be done concurrently. The property will be rezoned to plan development, and a preliminary plan will be submitted as the next step. So after the decision tonight, we would presumably go to Planning Commission for the preliminary review and then be back to you guys for another step of review to finalize this process. 2 new single-family homes and 1 ADU are proposed for the site. These are the new structures coming are proposed. Here is a site plan of the area. You can see the proposed single-family homes outlined in green. These are the building envelopes, and outlined in yellow is the proposed ADU. This area outlined in red here is the current lot where the existing structures are located. And then you can see the red lines kind of divide out the 2 new lots that will be created where the 2 single-family homes are located. There will be a private drive accessed from the cul-de-sac and a hammer turn here to allow for the fire department to be able to access the property sufficiently. Staff reviewed all applicable city policies and weighed the overall outcome based on a wide range of identified community goals. The comprehensive plan, following a holistic view of that plan, staff finds that the project is in conformance with the comprehensive plan given the following. The road design meets the needs of emergency services providers. Proposed density is in alignment with the residential low density land use designation. And the project will result in additional infill housing development. It's also supported by the housing plan. The policy 14.1.2 is to encourage residential development in areas where the necessary public facilities and services can be provided economically and efficiently. Also to incentivize the construction of smaller units. We have an ADU involved on this site, and then permit development of accessory apartments, again with the ADU. Some of the review criteria for this project, the applicant submittal includes the application for subdivision, rezone, and conceptual plan development. Each of these three categories has its own set of requirements that must be met for the proposal to be approved. This proposal is found to be in conformance with the Land Use and Development Code, Housing Plan, and Comprehensive Plan. Public comment to date, we had 6 written comments that were received from the neighborhood. The comments were regarding increased density, increased neighborhood traffic, stormwater management, and construction impacts to the neighborhood. Public comments have largely been addressed with the proposed conditions that you have in your staff report. And the motion that I would recommend to you is seen there on the screen, and leave it to you.
Thank you, Bryce. We'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone virtually who wishes to speak on this topic?
No, Mayor, no one has indicated that they'd like to speak.
And there is no one in the room who has wished to speak on this topic.
My name is Will Daniels. I am at 3104 East 4th Avenue. So just wanted to mention that I'm a local builder and owner of this project and want to use one of the lots to build our future home. We actually live right down the street, so I have a invested interest already in the neighborhood. I know that there are some concerns with what's happened on the property since before we acquired it and stuff. So just kind of wanted to put that out there and say thanks for reviewing our project.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the public hearing and open it for questions or comments from council.
I just want to say that when I first moved here, I looked at a piece of property.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I appreciate you. Provide us some new homes for people. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So this lot will be separated in 2 distinct lots?
3.
Or 3, which one is the third one? Oh, yeah, okay. And then the road, would that be a private road or would that be?
Private.
Private, okay. I just wanted to clarify that for myself. Is there, first of all, I think it's a good project for infill, yeah. It's great to see that go and fill that part. Could you provide some background on East 31st Street on the west side and on the east side of that property, if there was ever a continuous street on the drawings? Does this city own any property or easements or right of way? What is the history for that road not to continue? And I know the area a little bit, but I can't remember if that where it dead ends, if it's because of a steep drop.
Yes.
Oh,
There's
well,
a
there we go.
significant grade change. So yes, they have never been continuous. Yeah, there is a social trail, if you will, that goes through, that connects between the 2 streets now. And on the site plan, there's a small corner of the development that the developer has offered to the city, either as an easement or as right of way to kind of permanently use that trail as access for pedestrians in the neighborhood.
Okay, yeah, that would be nice. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to recommend approval of the proposed upstream minor subdivision rezone and
I'll second.
Any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Youssef.
Yes.
Counselor Baxter.
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's.
Yes.
Counselor Buell.
Yes.
And Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes. Before we go on, I'd like to just get a sense from council. We have been meeting since 1. It is 7:25. I'm just going to give an offer. We are about midway through the agenda. We have proposed 5 hours of meetings tonight, and we are ahead of schedule by 1 hour. So I want to know if council would like to take a break now at this point, or perhaps before the next session, before we go into general business, or to continue on through the night. All right, we'll go we'll finish the next session and then we will take a very brief. All right. So now we have item 12, the introduction of ordinances. And our interim city manager, Tony, will be presenting or answering questions or presenting and answering questions around these.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Mayor, this is the first reading of ordinance 2022-29, which was the subject of the public hearing just a few minutes ago under agenda item 11.1.1. The ordinance, as you can see in your booklet, has an attached Exhibit A that contains the appropriations for operating expenditures in 2023. And then if this is approved by a majority vote today, the second reading will occur on the next regular meeting, December 6th. And so we'd need a motion to approve ordinance 2022-29. Is that right, Ben?
Yes.
Is there any discussion on this? We can have discussion after a motion has been called.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2022-29.
I'll second.
And now we'll open it for discussion from council.
Maybe a first question, will this be the last or the last opportunity to comment on the budget or why I vote a certain way?
Mayor, I believe this, on the December 6th meeting, there's another opportunity with the second reading, provided that the mayor has it scheduled and all that.
So that is the two and they're both similar. Okay, well, I'll make a comment. So if you guys have a moment. I'm not gonna support this ordinance because for several reasons, and I'll try and keep it short. I've brought them up all during the budget retreat. Now I'll do it during a public meeting. First of all, we are in a very good financial condition with the current 2023 budget showing a starting fund balance of about 80 million for 2023. However, I do have various concerns with this budget. I believe it needs to be simplified and streamlined so it's more in line with the audited financial reports and have a consistent and a regular presentation in line with the charter for all of the funds, beginning of year, year to date, etc., including reconciliation with the audited financial reports. I also believe we should reduce complexity with less funds and less internal transfers, which will not only make it more transparent and easier to comply with regulations and the charter ordinances policies, but it also reduces the potential for fraud and embezzlement. Numerous funds are not needed nor recognized in the audited financial reports, such as some of the capital project funds. SURF is another one. The SURF capital equipment replacement or reserve fund, and then the subsequent split off building fund and technology fund remain a concern for compliance with the regulations as well as charter ordinance policies, especially the transfers of money from enterprise funds that have restrictions on their use and the absence of an explanation on how these amounts are calculated. And it certainly does not seem to match the initial SURF policy language or ordinance, I should say. The budget also includes a large dollar amount for capital projects. And if you look at the last years, our track record is significantly, has a significant number of projects in the budget, a dollar value. But at the end of the year, the actual completion number is quite a bit lower for some funds, half or less. So I think some of these numbers are unrealistic to attain, even though it's just a budget document. In addition, the proportion of studies versus physical projects is completely disproportionate, meaning we could slow down the amount of studies and focus more on actual completion of physical projects. And lastly, there's several larger projects that are planned. For example, I'll just give these two, 1.2 million downtown next steps study, or the 2.5 or 2 million Lake Nysource pipeline study. I have concerns that we are spending significant amount of money on consultants for larger projects, even though we haven't determined if the project is expected to take place, if it has adequate community support, how the physical projects would be executed. the financing of the total project if it were to take place. And just to give an example, the Lake Nighthorse pipeline several years ago was estimated to be over $20 million, and the downtown next steps is probably significantly more than that. Housing, an equal topic, and the budget, it does not clearly or accurately, to me at least, show the amount of revenue that is expected from transfer fees and fee in lieu. Together estimated, I believe, $425,000. And I think it should be significantly lower based on the other documents we've seen. One project alone for 97 units had a fee in lieu of over 580,000, I believe. So, and that is not even counting for all the transfer fees that we expect to get. And then lastly, on the employee, it's not easy to see, but the employees last year, there were 49 or 46 new hires in that budget cycle. Half of them new positions, half of them existing positions, open positions. And this year, again, we are increasing staffing. But if you look at the amount of projects or the capital projects that has justified a lot of the new hires, it didn't take place, not to the amount that we anticipated. So I'm just concerned that we are not keeping track of the cost of personnel, which seems to have gone up several double-digit percentage points every year. That's my little summary.
Any other comments from council? Then maybe have the roll call, please, the vote call, please.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, the next item, 12.2, an ordinance appropriating sums of money to the various funds and spending agencies in the amounts and for the purposes as set forth below for capital expenditures for the city of Durango for the 2023 budget year. Tony, do you like to say anything about that?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, this, like the operating expenditures previously done, this is the first reading. This will be the first reading of ordinance 2022-30. That was the subject of the public hearing at 11.1.2 earlier today. And as with that budget appropriation, this ordinance has an exhibit A that has all the information that you need. Excuse me. And then again, the second reading will occur on December 6th at the regular council meeting. And for you to move this along, you need a motion to approve ordinance 2022-30.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 2022-30.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
I will just, as discussion here, refer to my prior comments on the agenda item before this that covered both of these ordinances.
Any other discussion? Please, let's have the vote.
Yes.
Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
No,
Yes.
Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. One more on the ordinances, I believe. Oh, two more, yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself. An ordinance vacating and abandoning a portion of public right-of-way for Rosemary Lane and declaring an effective date. And Dan, Scott, you're doing this? I have it down as Dan. Tony, are you taking this?
Well, I certainly can, but I had it down as Dan.
It's pretty straightforward, related to a project over on Rosemary Lane. The road has been moved out of the historic right of way and rebuilt in a new alignment. Now we're abandoning that previous right of way, and that will allow homes to be built alongside the new road. But code requires an ordinance to abandon right of way. So that's what's before you tonight.
And Mayor.
Please.
Mayor, I just wanted to point out too, there's a typo that's in the title of the ordinance, which is my error, not Dan's. And I'd ask that any motion to approve the ordinance strikes the word authorization from the title to make it clearer. And then, so this would be the first reading of ordinance 2022-31.
Is there a motion?
I move to approve ordinance 2022-31.
I'll second.
Noting that authorization will be will be struck from this ordinance. For the interim city attorney's suggestion. All right, let's have a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. Would council like to take a 5-minute break? All right, thank you. We will return at 7:40.
Hey, Nick, if you see Charles Harmer or Charles, that might be Faye, just keep a heads up. She might need to be promoted.
I've got a Charles here. I can promote him.
to operate a temporary warming center. Usually when things like this for the unhoused come up, we use our joint sales tax funding. Chuck said that he was going to ask the Board of County Commissioners if they would be in favor of using joint sales tax funding for this venture. I told him I would do the same with the council. He did tell me yesterday that the Board of County Commissioners was in favor of using joint sales tax funding for this. So from a city perspective, just looking to see if the council is also in support of using joint sales tax funding for this. Obviously, there would have to be a contract that would be developed, a mechanism and how that would go through. However, that would be handled by the county. The county is the one who manages the joint sales tax funding. So what we're really looking for here is, would there be objection, since it's a city and county joint sales tax funding, for using these funds to help operate the temporary warming center, which is open on Tuesdays and Fridays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. No overnight stays. And I do have Scott here to talk a little bit about, because it's a church and it's zoning, what we are able to regulate and what we are not able to regulate. Scott?
Thank you. City Manager Madrigal just asked me to look into and speak to the land use and the permitting questions. If you just step back and you look at it as community members are going to a church building for warm drinks and food, it's not something that triggers a new land use permit or a change in use of the property. It's wrapped into what we would consider normal operations for a church, which is an allowed use in the zone district. The funding question is obviously different than that, but just so you know, from a land use and zoning perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
And then also the interim city attorney, did you want to say anything about issues around, people mentioned separation of church and state. Did you have any thoughts on that?
I could just say briefly that I didn't have any issues with that. I don't think this particular project has anything to do with a religious function, and so I didn't see any concern.
Council, are there any thoughts on this? Or is there a motion? I think you're calling it your recommendation, right?
Just a motion to approve the use of joint sales tax funding for the temporary warming shelter with community compassion outreach to help fund offset some of the costs.
I think this is a very similar topic as the use of the fairgrounds for warming tents. I think it's a very inappropriate use in this area with children's schools, high use. The purpose of it, I mean, and there's obviously very justified, a lot of resident feedback. What does it serve 2 days a week? What does it really accomplish? It doesn't include overnight stays. So these people still need to find for 5 days a week another place to warm, and then 7 nights a week to survive in the cold winter. So this really does not seem to address anything. 50 people capacity a day is quite a bit for a neighborhood in a very central location. I'm for as far as we can as city council, let's put it this way, but as one councillor, I'm very opposed to this use of this area for warming tents. So that's first part. I think that I would like some better research, more research on what we can and cannot do for certain uses of in this area. I know, Scott, you did provide the feedback, but is that correct? It's not a religious gathering. It's a completely different use. It's a warming tent. It is not religious. If they come in there as people praying, then yeah, I assume we can say, yeah, we can't stop it, but they're not coming in there to pray. They come here specifically for a warming tent. So there is a different use. Does that trigger anything else? I do not know. And I would like to hear from staff, because to me, this should not even come to us. So I'm opposed to supporting it financially. And I think this just shows how we don't have a vision or address key issues as the leadership and elected officials in our community.
Can I, oh, sorry.
I just wanted a point of clarification. The staff member did give us the professional opinion on the use of this. So they did not have an issue with it, and it did not qualify for any restrictions on the part of the city, if I understand correctly. Thank you. Councilor Buell.
Yeah, so I'll start with a couple questions. So if we deny funding, the entity, the nonprofit could go to just the county or go to another organization and get funding and do this use, correct?
Yes, I believe in their letter, they said they've already actually started operations. So but by us not providing funding would not necessarily mean that this use would not happen.
So I think that needs to be clear, because that comment made it sound like we're approving this use, and it's not us. That's not why this is coming to us right now, is to approve this use, or we're saying that it should go there. It shouldn't go there. That's not really up to us. Like this isn't saying like, should the warming tents go in this church or should it not? This is just asking if we want to fund this with the joint sales tax. And so I think that needs to be very clear to our citizens that we're not necessarily approving this use in this agenda item. And so because that didn't make it clear. And then a couple just thoughts for me. I know we need to find a balance, and I know we need to find a balance that our taxpayers support, because it is our job to be fiscally responsible to our residents, and a balance that helps our unhoused like live and survive. And so and it's hard. I have no issue funding a nonprofit. I don't see any issue with church and state here. I feel like in most successful scenarios with the unhoused, a faith-based organization has to run it to be, not has to, but runs it to be successful. And so if we say we're not funding that because of church and state, our hands are going to be tied, I think, down the line potentially. And so that's the issue for me, is a non-issue. However, I agree that I don't feel like this is the best spot for the warming huts. I don't think I can support funding something in a place where one, we've not tried it recently, but tried it not there, but similarly, and it failed, and it was kind of disastrous in the community. I don't think I could support funding something that is near so many schools and our downtown and businesses. And so I'm struggling with that a little bit. Again, I know it's a balance, and I know there's never going to be an easy answer, and no matter where the warming huts go, we're probably going to get people that don't support it. But I think that there's better locations than this, and so that's my stance.
I would agree with both counselors. I agree with actually, I'm not even sure it's need to be repeated. I think Councilor Osmond's and raised some good points. I think one of the speakers in public participation also said it well, talking about inadvertent consequences of this location in particular, and I agree with that. And like you both have said, we aren't approving this for a land use. This is just a funding request. And so as a result of the location, I'm going to agree with both previous counselors.
As per previous discussions that we've had, I do not support this function in a neighborhood, particularly with schools and other things around it. I would support it if it were not in that situation. For example, on a empty piece of land somewhere in the middle of nowhere, or that wasn't so impactful on neighborhoods. That's maybe possible within the city limits. I'm not certain, but outside the city limits, absolutely. So again, to reiterate what some of the other counselors have said, I support the concept, but I don't support it in any neighborhood in our community. And so I would not support funding it.
And I would like to say that I will probably be the lone person who does support this. Let me start by saying it is in my neighborhood as well. I walk that street every day. And I've also seen, Councilor Bosman, you asked the question, well, what good does it do for 2 days? And what I would say is for 2 days, this organization is letting people who often go unnoticed be seen, have a place to come together, to build some community. And we have to start somewhere. There's not a neighborhood in this community that's willing to take in this group, from what I can tell. They all support the project, but not here or not there. So I will like to say I recognize I am in the minority, but I do support it, and I do support funding for it.
I want to ask still some more questions, if that's okay. And Scott, is there on the use, can you go over that again on all the angles you've taken on having this use? I know we're talking about funding, but we're talking about funding for a specific purpose. And that purpose, is there a way for you to clarify all the angles you've taken?
I don't have the land use and development code open in front of me, but the land use and development code speaks to a place of assembly as the land use. That includes churches, civic buildings, and some other things. So it's called a place of assembly is the land use. And when you look at, what you would expect as far as activities in a place of assembly, things that would happen there, if you just step back and say it's community members going to this place for these things, I don't think we can say, is it homeless people going to be sheltered temporarily or something? I don't think we can distinguish that way. So we're just talking about people going to a building for drinks and warm food. And if you look at it that way, it's not a different land use than what is currently going on. If they had like a Boy Scouts meeting or Alcoholics Anonymous or
craft fairs, I've been
things
at
like that.
churches.
So it's not a significant enough change in the normal operations to trigger a new review of the land use. Like City Manager Madrigal mentioned, if they were sheltering people overnight, that would be a different situation. I'm trying to think of some other variations that would maybe trigger that change of use, but
How about if there's a lot of nuisance? Let's say, and it's not a guarantee, yeah, maybe this would work if they go ahead with it and we have no control over it, then, but let's say there is a consequence and it's very negative.
the municipal code does have nuisance language about noise, and it's more like odors and junk and things on a property. And then there's probably, other code things about harassment or people loitering in rights of way and those types of things. It would be more in the PD realm.
And how would that come back to this property? Or would that be to the individual loitering?
How would it come back to this property?
Yeah.
I don't know if I understand.
So if let's say there's continuous people being harassed, let's make it very negative. Would that make any impact to what they're doing with their warming? center, if they come straight out of the warming center and they start harassing children and elder people, what is the consequence? Is there a consequence only for the person that does that harassment, or is there a consequence for the place where they come from?
Chief, you might be a little
Yeah.
bit better served to
Agree
answer
with
this
that.
question in regards to the ordinances in violation where it falls.
And as you're coming up here, will you remind me how often they're going to be reviewing this? Every 4 weeks, so there'll be an assessment.
Well, good evening, Bob Brammer, Chief of Police. So I believe there would be some code violations that would be associated back to an established business. I'd have to work with Tony on that and our code enforcement officers. But if there is a nuisance residence that's out there that has other violations that have to do with conduct, noise, or any of those effects that work into a city atmosphere to neighbors or other residentials, then that is a problem and we can deal with that. This is specific to a church. So I just have to check with the ordinance to see if it's that broad and if it would be that encompassing, and that would just be something that the city attorney and myself probably have to work through with our code enforcement officers.
Would you refresh my memory? You mentioned them being reviewed every month. What does that mean? And what standards are they going to have to meet? And what if they don't meet the standards?
All good questions. And I would say that it's being run by a nonprofit organization that has it there. So I don't know, they didn't provide detailed standards of what that means. I think what they're probably looking at is if it's not working, that they probably would discontinue. But without Donna May here to answer that, I'm not exactly sure what their standards were. They didn't provide any background information to specifics on how they were going to measure that by.
Can I make a motion? Is there a motion required for this? Well, we're going to make a motion not to approve it. So I'm going to make a motion not to approve the use of city county joint sales tax for this request.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on a negative motion? I'm just thinking about the logistics. Usually you make it in a positive, and if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. Right. I'm just thinking about it. Yeah. Okay, so it's a negative motion. Any discussion?
So if you said yes, you're not approving.
Yes,
You're not approving the spending of the money.
understood.
If I may, counsel, I just want to make sure I'm getting clarity on this. So I think there was a comment earlier, why did this come to us? And the direction I was given by the council was talking about sheltering. Shelters, places like that, not within a half mile of schools, parks and parks positions. And as we saw in our study session, we did see that pretty much encompasses our city. So the direction I am taking from this, just to make sure, is that funding requests for warming centers, even if it's not overnight sheltering, that is within that half mile buffer, would be something that the city would not be inclined to fund for. And just want to make sure that I'm clear. And if not, and it's just like, no, just bring us the individual requests, I'd be happy to do that. I just want to make sure that I'm reading the council correctly.
I think you read my perspective correctly. I think we are spending a lot of time on this, including public engagement and feedback. And that is, in my opinion, not necessary.
I believe there's a difference between providing daytime shelter and a place for people to come together and have something warm to eat and to get out of the cold, and a difference between having a longer term overnight facility.
The direction I'm receiving here is that any types of funding requests for a warming shelter that's not overnight, that's still within that half mile buffer, the direction would be not to entertain funding that, and just letting the applicant know at that point that that's not something that's within the direction that I've been given with council.
Well, then
What I'm
maybe-
trying to do is to stop bringing these to you if this is something that you're not going to agree. And what I heard was, because of its location and proximity in a neighborhood and school, that this was something that the council is not in favor of. So I just want to make sure that I can take that as direction moving forward and move forward with that direction.
I want to clarify my prior comment there. I think it's not always black and white. So I personally would like to rely on your judgment to see if it's, but in general, if it's next to a school, I don't think you're gonna spend your time wisely with me. So I want to give you a little bit of flexibility.
I'm only pausing because I'm trying to come up with some unintended consequences. And so it's, yeah.
And the reason I say it is because I'm not, absolutely not trying to be difficult, but you never know if somebody comes right back again with a request. And I don't want to seem like I'm not following council and I just keep bringing it back to you and you're like, why are you bringing this to me? So this is kind of the parameters that I'm starting to see. And I just want to make sure that I'm taking it correctly.
I do want to say, I think we're, point of order, I think we need to actually discuss the motion and vote on it. And this is not we're not discussing the motion here. Not certain, Tony, how that works. I think we need to be discussing the motion that we've made, vote on it, and then we can discuss the request.
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's probably the preferred approach. And then Mayor, if I may, I'm not a parliamentarian, but I am looking at chapter 5, excuse me, section 10 of the rules that govern the body, and what the mayor was indicating earlier, that it is preferred that you don't make a negative motion. And so this is just a suggestion that you could frame that as, I oppose this, or you don't support, I'm sorry, that the motion would contain the words, I oppose this, and avoid sort of the negative to be ambiguous. And that's just a suggestion. I think the body can make that decision for themselves.
As a friendly amendment, would you?
I made a motion. I want to move on. I think we are all on the same page except for one. Let's just move on. That's my motion. I want
The
to stick
city
with my
attorney
motion.
is asking for clarity.
No,
and
he
so I-
said it's preferred and I want to stick with mine.
Understand that. If there's a way to, as a friendly request, to word this in a way that's very clear to people and to the audience what is being requested.
He's just said no, he doesn't want to
Okay.
amend his motion, so he has that right.
Is there any more discussion? Then call for the vote.
And Counselor Baxter, did you second that motion?
Yes, I seconded. Could you please read the motion again, since we're so far away?
It was to not support using city-county joint sales tax for the funding request submitted by the Community Compassion Outreach, Inc. for temporary warming center at the Durango Christian Church at 255 East 11th Street.
Yes, I did second that.
Okay. All right, so we'll do the roll call then. Thank you. Counselor Baxter,
Yes, I do not want to spend that money on that.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Noseworthy.
No, thank you. All right.
But would it be appropriate now for us to have this conversation, manager, or do we have to move on to, do we have to schedule another time for that?
Would it not be new business on our future?
Excuse me,
study
may I
session?
just, as chair, just kind of make certain that I want to make certain that we follow a discussion. But I also, the city manager is asking for some direction. We are dealing with some time-sensitive issues. We just had an hour session earlier on working with a nonprofit about a possible managed camp. You, Counselor Bosman's often say you want to see more progress. So what I'd like to see right now is being able to give the city manager the direction he's just asked for. We are not so restricted that we cannot have a conversation from the dais on this topic.
So my response to that would be that in general, if it's within that radius, parks, there's neighborhoods where people come, I would not support that.
I think location matters.
Same. I agree with the three counselors.
Counselor Bosman's?
Thank you.
Same, thank you.
And I would say, city manager, that we have an intractable problem in the sense that there is not a space, probably, if you look at that map, where you can address anything around the homeless within this city, and that concerns me. So I am concerned about being so restrictive that any potential solution is very unlikely.
Well, there is one that's possible, I believe, which is possible. I don't know for the Centennial property that this.
And restoring properties.
That's a property. part,
Now,
but I
now,
appreciate-
now we're,
this is where we
sorry,
go.
now we're not discussing property. We are just giving
No, but you
direction.
said it would be hard to find.
That's an
I'm-
opinion,
I'm-
yes.
Yeah, and I'm saying it may not be. It
So
may be
I-
a Different way.
I
Mayor,
want,
Council, I appreciate the direction I have.
Thank you.
Where the council stands, and I appreciate that, and we'll be able to make decisions based off of that. Thank you.
now we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is discussion and possible action to appoint one or two city councilors to serve on the 211 West College Drive Request for Proposal Evaluation Committee. Again, City Manager Jose, this will be you.
Yes, this, Mayor and Council, what I'm asking for is, we did do the RFP on 211 West College Drive, which is the train parking lot portion of getting some requests, or we did a request for proposal on some potential public-private partnerships. I think from a staff perspective, it would be greatly beneficial if we could have one or two counselors that would help us on evaluation of those proposals to give us a little bit of a different perspective. And that's why I placed this on the agenda and looking for if there's any takers that would like to join, if the council so chooses that would be appropriate.
And can you tell us the time frame? What would be involved, and any sense of urgency about that right now?
It's not something where I would say that we have to get it done in a week or two. I would see that, hopefully by the end of the year, we would be able to do so. I would imagine it's a couple meetings and then just evaluation of some proposals. Totality of time, maybe 10 hours of time.
I would be open to do that if it's a flexible, if there's not like certain dates, because I don't know with my family situation but I would love to be a part of it. And I think with some construction background and it could be beneficial.
I would enjoy participating also.
As would I.
Two councillors represent all of council to evaluate this property. My preference would be for city staff to be very neutral and objective and bring their recommendations to all of council at once. So we have no distortion or influence, intentional or unintentional, it is not relevant, on the outcome of that review and evaluation. So I am not in support of appointing any members of council.
I only, that even if I wasn't to serve, I hear that 3 counselors want to serve. I would like to see all the proposals. So at some point, somehow, I would like an equal say in reviewing all of them. So I don't know how that works.
Oh, I think that as we're looking at some of these RFPs that are out there, some of them have some pretty big community implications of what that looks like. And in other organizations we've been in, it's been where we would bring a counselor on times like this. It's different than building a bridge, building a road. It's something that I think is, titled in with the strategic plan of really having a vision for what our community is. I think looking at that and hearing some of those concerns, I don't want to say that those aren't valid, but we definitely could report back to the council, the full council, before any final decision is made and what the recommended portion is, and then be able to share the RFPs with everyone on the council so that everyone does have that ability to see where we're at. Because obviously, from a staff perspective, even my perspective, I wouldn't want to just have 2 counselors select something without the entire council going there. I think it's just a good starting point for us to then come back to the council and say, hey, here's what this committee thought of. Here are the ones that they recommended based on all these proposals, and then just see where the council lies.
So how would you guarantee objectivity? Because you asked for extra set of eyes to evaluate, and that would be counselors. And we have a very differing perspectives on this council. So by definition, you will not be objective anymore. And that concerns me. And I'm sure everybody would do their best and commits to being objective, but it's not the case. So I think I would feel a lot more comfortable if we keep council out of that evaluation process and have all of council receive the same neutrally evaluated recommendations from city staff.
I can't speak to the council, but I see all of you as elected officials and you're called to act impartially in every decision that you make. I think that we all hold each other accountable to that. As you know, going through an RFP process, we do sign a statement of confidentiality. We are bound by our ethics and our code of conduct as our pledge. So I think when it comes to objectivity, I look at each one of you and take you all as people of high character and standards and would trust you in on your objectivity on that side.
So, but the only issue here is that and therefore, I just wonder if, I'll just throw out there too that, I mean, given the impact, I'd like to serve too. So now you have 4. And I'm guessing Councillor Bosman's might as well. And so this is the problem because everyone recognizes the importance of this project to the community. And therefore I'm wondering, is there a different way whereby we all might, because the individuals who are able to participate on this committee have, just more access to information, shared information, knowledge with staff in and settings that are not recorded, where, you can get a better understanding and the rest of the people who are not participant won't have that opportunity. And so I'm just wondering if there's potentially a different way.
I think there is, and I'm looking at Jared. I think we could include as many counselors as you would want to be on this proposal, and we would welcome that feedback as well. I chose 1 or 2 because I know sometimes time with each one of you. Not if you're going to evaluate.
So.
I am. I don't mind making a motion straight away. So if I can, maybe cut to the chase a little bit, because I think one stood out well above the others. So I'd like to make the motion for the city manager to engage CPSHR for the recruitment search services. Is that the right motion or?
Well, for the purpose of discussion, I'll second that. Yes, sir.
I'd like to open it up for discussion. And in this discussion, I'd like to hear from people if they have a different, if they view another firm higher, I'd like to get a sense of that because they're all balanced between each other. So
I can start. I actually, also all three firms did amazing and they were all really close in my rankings and they did great presentations, but I actually enjoyed SGR a little bit better in terms of we've worked with them before and their work in Colorado, and then Baker Tilly as well with all of their city attorney and municipal judge placements. I actually ranked them higher in terms of like Colorado work and similar work. And so those were my top. I actually placed those higher than CPS HR in the end for me.
I can also give my background here, why I picked this one. So CPS HR is the largest firm. It is the cheapest firm. It has a Colorado project manager. It has a huge, extensive experience on recruitment, including attorneys, way more than all the other ones. It doesn't use subcontractors, and they have worked for the city on a prior occasion for the hiring of the Parks and Rec director. Baker Tilly, a smaller company, and SGR didn't. The project manager was not able to attend, so to me that is concern.
Yeah, I had a problem too, that it was tough that the project manager couldn't attend, so that made it difficult. I think they were all great. I really, my top two favorites were CPSHR. I would agree, Councillor Bosman's, that CPSHR has a lot of experience in placing locally and with the attorney and counsel a lot. And so I'm really very tight on them. One of the things I did really like about Baker Tilly is their responsiveness to the RFP. I was really impressed with it. The way they outlined their methodology and their deliverables, I loved seeing that. It made it so clear for me that it was hard for me to even, since I had read it first, compare it with the others. I like their very qualified leadership. Their narrative approach impressed me, and again, their responsiveness to the RFP. So I was a little bit leaning towards them, but I do think that if council was to support and select CPS HR, that they would do a very good job as well.
Councillor Baxter, would you like me to go next or do you? So I actually preferred Baker Tilly over, I ranked them the highest in the review. And to your point, after reading their response, the others seemed a little more boilerplate. But I also will support, I was happy with that we were in similar agreement, I think, with the three we came up with. I feel as though Baker Tilly's, their commitment to diversity was impressive, their responsiveness, and I found it a real, I really liked the way he talked about us being the client and listening to that. So I lean stronger in Baker Tilly's favor, but I would also, be happy with any selection of these three.
So I think it's interesting because we have a fairly small firm in Baker Tilly. I tend to think that sometimes it isn't that one gets lost in a bigger firm, but the focus and the emphasis somehow, maybe it might be a prejudice I have about size in that way. I thought it was very interesting, the response about why are they different that Baker Tilly gave and his passion in his speaking. And I also really appreciated that he said to Counselor Mayor Pro Tem Youssef's question about how can we help? Be honest, be straightforward with us. Tell us where the skeletons are so we can do the right thing by you. And I really appreciated that because it, for me, they're going to take this in a different way. It's not just a standard city attorney search. And so I really appreciated that. And he talked a lot also about the culture and working with the council. And so I'm leaning toward the smaller firm.
So the motion right now is for CPSHR. Are we prepared to call for a vote? The motion is in favor of him, in favor of this firm, recognizing that if this one fails, we would have a different motion for another firm. Then call for the vote.
Oh.
Yes.
Counselor Buell,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef,
No.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
No. Is there a motion for another firm?
Okay, I make a motion to, I'm not quite sure what the motion should be, but to select
Mayor-
Baker Tilly.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can, and you
Yeah,
can just say
please.
a motion to direct the city manager to approve the contract with Baker Tilly.
Thank you. So, as he said. So moved.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Then let us have the vote.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, council, for your work on evaluating them and interviewing them. And I imagine the interim city manager is pleased that we are moving forward. Interim city attorney, that's twice. No, nothing, no. All right. Okay, discussion and possible action concerning the status of the boards and commission pledge signature review and chairman update. And Ben, you're going to do that for us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ben Florine, Deputy Clerk in the City Clerk's Office. And we're just going to give you a brief update on our ethics pledges that have been signed by our boards and commissions, and then also an update on the chairman changes as of November 2022. So we have, of our 110-ish board members, we have 26 board members who have not yet signed the ethics pledges. So the past 2 months or so, we've been trying to round those up and utilizing our board liaisons to try to get those ethics pledges signed, and also just using email correspondence to talk right to our boards and commission members. And then there have been 5 boards that have established new chairs in 2022. Of the other boards aside those 5, some have not needed to appoint new chairs. And a few of them have an assortment of reasons why their boards have not elected new chairs. Maybe they didn't know they were supposed to, it wasn't discussed, or they didn't want to. So we have all of those detailed specifics kind of for each board, and we'd be more than happy to route that to you guys. And based on that information, we can take any direction or follow up with you as you see fit.
Let me say, I think with the Natural Lands Board, there's been a couple. And they also, when they have had a meeting, haven't had enough attendance to do that. So I would appreciate knowing that I should say something, for example, and get them moving on that.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben and also for the interim city attorney, let me get that right. The within our manual, and also, is it also within our, I don't know if charter is the right word, but there's a requirement that we adhere to these or that we sign these agreements, correct? It's in the manual.
Yes, it's in the manual, and it was at the boards and commissions orientation, I believe, back in May. So that has been established.
And Mayor, it's in the Code of Ordinances, which I think is what you were alluding to.
If I may, I'm thinking about this. I'm wondering if we don't want to set a time frame. Say, and I'm just throwing a number. Say by December 15th, we have to have all the agreements signed and back to us. And if not, then as of January 1st, they're no longer.
I would support that, and I think that's a good way to effectively move forward. Vacant by the state. And I would just add that the reason why I support that is just, I think it's important to note, that the intent of this code of conduct and code of ethics is to adhere to our high levels of ethical standards, that the public has confidence and trust in us. I noted when I reviewed the principles of the code of conduct that they talk about public trust, objective judgment, accountability, democratic leadership, and respectability, all things that we all adhere to. And again, the purpose is to promote public confidence in the integrity of the work that we all do and those that are representing us do. So I would support a motion that Councillor Baxter is discussing.
I want to add a little bit to this because this topic was brought forward because the CRC, is because this topic came forward because because last meeting I asked for the discussion on the budget request from the CRC, and then it was tied to we have to have a pledge discussion. So that's the first thing, and I think maybe people are a little bit surprised that so many members, board and commission members, have not signed this document. I think there's in the past years also quite a track record of not having signed pledges. And it seems that this is all triggered because of friction maybe or disagreement from some councillors with a certain commission. And I want to make sure we don't go that route, but we are at a higher level of performance as a council. Now, having said that, the CRC has asked multiple times over the last months to have an explanation on the code of conduct and code of ethics, and they have not been given that. So I think we can say a certain deadline, but if we don't give them the opportunity just to get some more information on the code of conduct and the code of ethics, then I think we also not fair to these volunteers who put in their valuable time in serving on a commission. And I can already see myself why there is something that might show up is the CRC brings forward issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion that could be improved or that are not right or that it should be improved if we want to perform to a higher standard. And that by definition means there's something that is not functioning well or should be functioning better. And as in the in the pledge, I believe it says you have to adhere or support whatever the council does. Now, if the council doesn't fix these things or they bring forward that something is there that could be improved, it's a contradiction. But it doesn't matter. The point is they asked for a meeting for the city attorney, and maybe Tony, you can explain if they reached out to you and how that process is going before we put it down.
I'd like to let Councillor Buell speak first, and we'll hold off on the interim city attorney.
I don't think, challenging us to have, for example, some great things that the CRC has done, translation is outside of the code of ethics, or, challenging us on a Facebook post or something is outside of a code of ethics. I think that isn't what we're talking about. I will advocate that I think a deadline is awesome. And I think it'll hold everyone accountable to one, like reading the code of ethics and signing it and not just like putting it off. I know with Salt Fab, I had a little bit of pushback because the code of ethics actually, we can find it on the website, but it wasn't provided in the email to the board it was just like, here's the signature page, sign it and get it back. And there was no like, thank you for your hours of volunteer. We appreciate the time that you use to serve on these boards, but to keep it, in line with the expectations of how we expect our, city staff and counselors and, volunteers to act and behave, and this has to be signed. I also know that I talked to Amy a long time ago, and when COVID hit and we stopped doing those in-person meetings when new boards and commissions would come on, that's when this got lost. Because everyone had signed it prior to that, prior to COVID, but then with COVID and everything's like electronic and going out, that's when it was lost. And so I wouldn't say that it's a lack, it's been lacking. It was a product of, what happened because of that. But I think it's great we're getting it back into play and putting those expectations out there and, just showing people and helping people through that process while also thanking them for their work and, volunteering hours.
I also would like to say, I was aware that there were quite a few people that had not signed. I had asked for that information, and so it was not particular to any one board, but to the fact that if we have this as a requirement and we expect, and some people sign it, and what's the expectation? So that was the discussion. It was wrapped up in that same time because we were talking about boards and commissions. But as you will note, there are two different items on the agenda today. So I do also support setting a deadline, providing any kind of just an explanation that this is, it was not done as well during COVID, but it is a process. I remember signing this paper when I was on the creative, actually it was the Public Arts Commission at the time. So I do believe if it's going to be within our ordinances, then we need to adhere to our ordinances. And if we're not going to, then we need to change our ordinances.
Well, I would make a motion. It's going to be a two-part motion. And so you can accept the whole thing or reject the whole thing. I would make a motion that in the future, within 2 months of receipt and being asked to sign the Code of Conduct and Ethics, that board members and commission members must return it to the city clerk's office, or else their position, they won't be able to serve. And to further that, I would suggest that we set December 15th of this year as the date for all current boards and commissions members to get their documents signed and back to us, or unfortunately, as of January 1st.
I'll second both of those motions. I'll second.
Is there any other discussion on this topic?
Yeah, I had asked the interim city attorney to clarify at what point, or if there has been any discussion with the CRC on their request for clarification of some of the items of the Code of Conduct, because I think I will not support putting a deadline on if they haven't had that chance to ask questions. So if there's a deadline, I would say 30 days after they met with the city attorney.
So I believe the previous city attorney did answer saying he had spoken with them and said that they need legal advice on whether or not to sign this document. That was their personal responsibility, not the responsibility of the. But he had spoken with them about the Code of Conduct and the Code of Ethics.
Yeah, I think I know the email you referred to, but they're not discussing and negotiating. They want to just ask some questions on the Code of Conduct. So I see no reason why. Well, I'm going to pass it on to Tony.
Yeah, so Mayor, so the chair of that committee has reached out and asked sort of repeated, I think, questions that were asked of the former city attorney, and has graciously sort of given me some time to get that scheduled if they want to meet with me or invite me to a meeting or something like that. I do think that there are some concerns in the back of my mind that are consistent with what Dirk previously had advised. And so I guess what it boils down to is I'd be happy to meet with the commission, but I think there would be a really significant caveat to that, in that I probably could not provide legal advice depending on what the concern is. And based on that concern, should I sign it or not? That's not something that I can opine on. That individual commissioner is not my client. So I think I'd have to have, I could listen, but I don't think it would really affect this conversation and what the city council is trying to do here.
Well, and that gives a month between now and the deadline, if they want to have a conversation, and if Tony wants to, and then he can give advice or can't. That gives us a whole month to make that happen.
I'd like to appreciate, Tony, your response. I recognize that the city attorney serves pretty much the council. in the sense that you're an appointee to the county and you work on behalf of the interests of the city. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate that you have an intense workload right now. So if it's meeting with this commission is something that you are willing to do, recognizing that you are not providing individual advice, but seeking, but I also wonder, to Councillor Baxter's point, I remember the email as well, and it seems as though Dirk did answer the questions. So I'm wondering if you thought you would have a different answer.
Mayor, with that particular question, no, I don't think I would. If there were other questions, perhaps, but the question at issue now, I think it would be exactly the same based on I've contemplated a little bit and thought about it, and we sort of talked a bit about it with the chair of that committee.
So is there any more discussion, or can we call for the vote?
Yes, I want to make a little bit more discussion. First of all, the email is not the only question of the commission. The commission consists of multiple people. And if they have questions or clarifications to ask on a code of ordinance or a code of conduct that we have, I think it is absolutely appropriate for us to say, absolutely, we will clarify to you what this code is. I'm not saying legal advice or giving direction or whatever, just answers that they might have. Same as when is spring cleanup? If I want to ask that question, I hope someone in the city answers me that question. And I think the turn of events here is really unfortunate, because it seems to me, I have the impression that it's just a very personal attack on the CRC. And I will just say that in a public setting, because that's the way it comes across to me. If it was an objective opportunity, then I would say you would give them the time to sign that pledge within so much, whatever days, weeks, or whatever the period is, after they have been able to answer some questions and clarify with the city attorney. And they have been asking that for 3 months. So that is why I will vote no on that motion.
If it was a commission that I was on, I would just suggest that they write it, ask the questions in writing, and then he can respond when he sees fit. Maybe he can't make it to the meetings. It's not that difficult, and I haven't seen any questions. And for you to say that it is an attack on them is very not just negative, and you're inappropriate.
That's okay.
Completely inappropriate behavior.
That's okay. No, your opinion is okay. I have my opinion, and I will vote no on this motion, and that's it. And we move on.
Councilor Buell, you do make a good suggestion to submit your questions in writing. And would that be helpful, Tony, to have it in writing, or?
I think it would be helpful. I would like to meet with that particular commission and any other commission that is interested in talking to me, but I'm interested in talking to that chair and that commission particularly when I have an opportunity and when they're ready to talk to me. So.
But having the questions in advance could be useful as well.
I think it would be, yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's sort of what the chair has teed up for the future, but after our conversation has sort of very nicely said that she'll give me some time to get to that stuff. So I can reach out to her if that's the council's direction and get those questions.
So do you feel a month would be enough time? Because I can do a friendly amendment and extend it for, say, till the 1st and have you of January. How do you feel about
No, I think that's plenty of time.
December 15th is fine?
I can get to it as soon as I need to.
Proactive, positive, and problem solve. I like it.
On that, may we have the vote?
Oh, before I had one more comment.
Oh, sorry.
I just did want to reiterate one more time on my thought process on this is that, we all sign this code of conduct, and so does staff. And I believe that the boards and commission members, I personally, when I read it, I think it's very self-explanatory. It all makes very much sense to me. And my approach is really to reach out to all boards and commissioners. This is not an attack on any one individual at all whatsoever. And so I believe right now we have 26 individuals outstanding, and I hope we're able to get in touch with all of them.
And to that point, we have a list here of how many members are. And if you're the liaison, then maybe you could also let us know so that we can Yeah, because I'm going to want to be in touch with them probably prior to the board meeting. So
We've been tracking it all.
excellent. Thank you.
Can we have the vote, Ben?
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
No,
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. Item 13.5, discussion and possible action concerning the Community Relations Commission's 2023 budget requests. And we have Counselor Bosman's for this.
oh, I have not prepared to. I have not prepared for this topic. It is the same request that everybody saw in an email, a budget request by the CRC. And I guess that's the discussion topic. Do we want to support that or not?
You summarize it or?
I've just opened the email. I'll have to search it too. And maybe this is an indication of DEI efforts in our city. It would be good to have a discussion at a certain point if there's a staff liaison that can be more involved in this commission, similar as you have the Parks and Rec director participate in Parks and Rec activities. And that way, some of these issues could be prevented.
Well, Counselor Bosman's, there was a request for this item was actually from you asking the council if it should be placed on. So that's why it was placed on the agenda. It was at your request, sir.
There's nothing in the packet.
If the council would like, I could give a bit of an overview from what I can recall of the budget request, because I know that it was in my email. I do.
That would
believe-
be useful. Thank you, City
I do
Manager.
believe they're going from a budget of 3,500 and requesting to go to 6,500. I could be missing a few on those numbers, but the majority of the request happened to do with the CRC requesting an ability to do, I believe they used the term honorariums, and if they did not, I apologize, but I think that's what I recall, for them to be able to provide gift cards for groceries and gasoline for some of the volunteers that they may have helping them out in certain areas that they're looking to be able to accomplish. In that, there are some complications that come with that from a financial standpoint. First off, that's compensation. So we would have to get 1099 forms and tax them on that. Any type of compensation you receive for work to the city. That was one that Cynthia confirmed with me as a concern. The second one is just kind of the oversight of that program and how does the gift cards get distributed, who gets to choose, what gets to get selected. That's also some concerns that we have from the city side. Anytime you're using taxpayer dollars and what's the portion of going through that. As the council is aware, I did ask the CRC for them just as a accounting and checks and balances, as the CRC does not report through me. That is a board that's appointed by the city council. So I do not have any oversight from them. And I think that it's important that when they have budgetary expenses, that it's cleared by the council, that those are the expenses that the council is good with, so that staff can be more of the administrative role and just process that based on those expenditures, just so that we have a checks and balances, just like we have within our organization, as our supervisors approve our employees, our managers approve our supervisor, directors approve our managers, just so that there's always somebody approving the expenses that are going through. So I did ask the chair of the CRC to do that. And I think she was beginning to make modifications to be able to do so in an email that I saw of providing that spending plan. They also did place into the budget about adding a staff for DEI. initiatives within the city. At this time, dealing with, working with HR, we do have CPS HR that's helping us on our plan, and we're continuing to work with them on our DEI initiatives throughout our organization. So that doesn't mean that we're not looking to have one ever. It just means right now we're comfortable in continuing our progress with CPS HR in our DEI efforts.
And can you tell us what you submitted in the budget for them, for the 3,500, I believe you said it was?
Yes.
But in the past, it had been used for things like meals at an event or sponsoring a workshop or something.
Yeah, they've been sponsoring workshop donations to events that they were they had an interest in, and I mean that just as an interest in their wanting to see succeed. I think they had like porta potties was an expense that came through. All of those from a staff perspective, which we have been doing, is just that it was within performance of eligible uses, but not so much with the intent or type. And if that is something that the council is agreeable to doing, I believe even in the boards and commissions manual that we're looking at, that all recommendations and actions by boards and commissions do need approval from the council. So I think this is just a way of making sure that we're all in alignment, that as expenditures are done, the council has approved it and is in K with that intent.
Does any other board and commission have a budget, or is this the only one?
This is the only one.
And does any other board and commission, which I'm assuming no, if this is the only one, but just to be sure, do any gift card or sort of, or does the city do any gift card handout or lottery, or I don't know what?
I do not believe so. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, at least since I've been here, the main reason for our side is if we did it to employees, then we'd have to tax them. And that's always a real icky feeling of, I give you a gift card, but I'm going to tax you on your next paycheck for the value of that gift card. So we definitely do kind of stay away from those operations.
There's
that
also,
practice, should I
there's
say.
also something in the code about not accepting or giving gifts greater than $50. And that I believe applies to all of us, as well as the boards and commissions.
Absolutely. That does apply in regards to when you look at your code of ethics and code of conduct. With the staff liaison role, we are definitely, as that was brought up, doing our best to meet those needs, and we are meeting them. We've gone through a few staff liaisons through that commission. One was at the request of the CRC to change. We then put a couple others that were on, and just to protect them, I'm not going to mention their names, but they respectfully asked to be no longer placed on the CRC liaison. So we were able to have Melissa, who was my assistant, who actually was getting her master's in transformational change. So it was a really good fit for that position. And that's kind of why we had her do it. She was really excited and had some training into that part and really be a part of it. My new executive assistant, Kyle, does not have that background that makes it a natural fit. So we are continuously looking at the options that we have. As the council knows, we have a lot of boards and commissions. So we are getting pretty low in regards to who doesn't have a board or commission, or what department doesn't have one, to be able to fill in. But we have been meeting those needs in regards to having them have staff support for their meetings.
And I'm reading the recommendation or budget recommendation. The DEI consultant staff is not included in this. The up is only for the additional request is only for the honorariums.
I believe that was what it was for, the honorariums. I could be incorrect, but I think there was a recommendation, not so much in their budget, but on top of it, that they would request.
I just
that the
wanted to
council
make sure, because
could-
I was like, that is not a very expensive staff role.
And Councilor Bosman's, please feel free to jump in if I'm misinterpreting the budget, but I believe that's about what the parameters were for their request.
Yeah, I apologize. My battery just died, so I had to find my charger and open up the email. So I have the same email open. I think that's correct. But the starting budget they mentioned in the different documents is 4,500 and not 3,500. So and I think I've mentioned that before, because I do not know which the exact number is, but they use the number 4,500.
Devin, is it 3,000? 3,000.
3,000, not
3,000.
3,500.
Oh, sorry, I just saw the three. I just saw the three. Was it their budget? It's only been 2 years that they've had a budget, I believe, correct? And
Yes, absolutely. So Devin Schmidt, Budget and Strategic Plan Officer. So the budget request that was placed in the 2023 budget that was proposed and adopted is the 3,500, and that was placed in there by Melissa Porch, who was the liaison and also the person who kind of manages that budget for City Council. So that is what is currently in the budget as it stands today.
Was it last year? Because I think that's the key question. Yeah? What was the budget last year?
3,500 as well. Yeah, I believe it was flat. Mhm.
Carry, an approved carry forward.
As
I
long
don't
as if you say it's 3.5 last year and the year before is not relevant. Last year, before this budget-
2022?
well, actually, yeah, sorry, this year. That's correct.
Yes, and I can, sorry, apologies.
Year being this.
No, I don't even know what year it is anymore. I can certainly verify that, but I believe it was the intent to leave that flat as that was what was placed in there by Melissa, who did manage that budget. So 3,500, but I can certainly confirm that for 2022.
Yeah.
For 2023 is absolutely 3,500.
How did the expenses get approved? Because no counselor approved any expenses pretty much.
Yeah,
And it
actually, I can address that because when I was the liaison, I remember being at a meeting here and bringing it to council and saying, and we didn't have the formal process that you're proposing, but saying that as the liaison, I brought it to council and said they would like to use it for these items, which included last year supporting the Transgender Day of Remembrance, some other activities, and I raised it all with council. I do not believe we took a formal vote, but there was no objection to any of those uses. But yes, as liaison, I shared that.
I just
So
wanted to
there-
make it,
I just wanna
wanted to
finish
make
my
one
question.
correction. If it's
Because what was the formal process for approving those purchases to comply with the city of Durango's expense policy? What is the purchase policy?
We would check with finance on the purchases that they had asked for and just see if they needed to be bid and make sure they complied with the policy in regards to how we secured the merchandise, the goods, the services. That is how it was done. That's when, quite frankly, as we got past it and it came this year, I started looking at this of saying, I really need the council's approval on this. I'm not saying at all, nor am I intending that any purchases was made outside our financial policies or was illegal or anything in that matter. All I am saying, I think on the new policy and the way that we go through it is there needs to be an approval process to make sure that the intent of those funds that were budgeted meets the intent of why the council budgeted those funds. I, as the city manager, would not understand that intent. And so I'm left with, we've been just going like, well, if it meets our purchasing policy, then we approve it. But obviously, as a staff perspective, we go and we present a budget to the council for you to approve, and you approve those budgets with the intent. And so that's kind of what we would be looking for in that CRC so that I can say, yeah, the council completely sees this, understands these purchases. So I can line them up and say, okay, when these purchases comes in, I will have no problem approving it because the council approved those intent.
Now, I think up to date, first of all, this budget is managed by someone from city staff with a city credit card or a city bank card, I think. And the purchases are actually made by someone from the city, not by this CRC commission. So in the end, I find this is an example where this is a budget of 3,500. They're requesting 6.9. That's 3.4 thousand more. If it falls within correct use, because even if it's a gift card for $50, is there not a trigger value, dollar value before you have to do 1099s for any gift? Because I don't think $50 requires, it's a gift. I think it's $75 or $90 in the US.
I think the issue for me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but well, I think
Structurally,
I have a difficult time. I'm gonna pick an advisory board to give out gift cards.
no, absolutely.
It's just not anything that we had ever wanted our advisory boards to get. There's a lot of issues associated with that. Jose has brought up one, which is 1099. I mean, there's a lot of obligations that are, potential issues that could come upon the city. I'm sure Tony could speak to that if we wanted him to, but I also think that they're pretty self-evident. I don't think that this is a conversation I'm interested in entertaining.
And I'd like to see if we can close down the discussion and go to a vote.
Well, we don't have a motion.
Oh, I thought we did.
No. So personally, just as with any department within the city, I would like to see what they. And then based upon that, and based upon how it applies to our strategic plan, I would approve, not approve, adjust, whatever. That's my perspective. So give me that information and then I will be happy to have an opinion. Otherwise, I can't have an opinion.
I was going to say the same thing. I can see why there might be a need for an increase in budget. I'm sure the cost of porta potties has gone up for the movie events and, you know, whatever that they're doing. And I want to support that. And I want them to be able to do the good work they've been doing. I don't think that gift cards to people and how they choose them and maybe that is a right way and they'll tell us exactly how they will select them and what the process is, but just to this blanket, and I can't believe honestly that, never mind. Okay. I'm not gonna do that. That's what I want.
So I would make a motion that the CRC present council with a budget of where they will be spending their monies and why and how it pertains to the strategic plan prior to council approving any budget for the CRC.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? That would recognize that at this point you would remove that line item and come back to us for a budget adjustment?
I
No?
would suggest we leave it in
Thank
there
you.
and then we either differently depending on what we.
Thank you. I don't want to have to
Because I-
change the budget. Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Then let's have this vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Counselor Baxter.
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's.
Yes.
Counselor Buell.
Yes.
Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. All right. We are now at council reports and we have 3 listed. The Community Relations Commission had a strategic planning session. Councilor Liaison Bosmans, can you give us an update on what took place there?
All right. I got that feedback from chair, and this is a summary of 2 meetings. The one that I didn't attend on 10/26 and then 11/5. The first one was an increase of 2,500 for the budget we just discussed to create a full-time DEI staff position to coordinate all internal DEI work, etc. Goals, service staff liaison to the CRC, as there is now a city department that aligns for support. And there were other recommendations, one being the formal apology from City Council for the Happy Columbus Day post on Indigenous Peoples Day, and to adopt an inclusive city calendar. And then during the other meeting, they voted to spend down the 2022 budget, and that included a budget for Transgender Day. And this is a bit confusing, sorry about that. My notes. And a part for the community compassion outreach on their organizing of warming hours for our recently displaced shelters community members. That's an interesting one. Because that overlaps with the other topic. We built, I'm sorry for being sort of stuttering here, I just reading this up. They expanded their quarterly reminders of inclusive events, actions, and noted demographic groups to pay attention to in 2023. They also discussed building our specific youth leadership, youth color subcommittee, to channel education about civic engagement, and have them inform us about their lives and lead conversations around topics they choose to find important and present in this city. And that's it.
So Councillor Bosmans, will they be presenting to council this request for spending the remainder of their money. I noted the Transgender Day of Remembrance, and then if I heard you correctly, they were also going to support the warming huts through the community compassion outreach.
I'm reading out the email I received, so I have not attended these meetings. And if you remember well, that meeting in October, I had beforehand asked if any city council was willing to attend that meeting, and I didn't get a single response. And I had also copied the city manager and for the request, if the staff person, that would be the liaison, would be able to report back, and that didn't take place. So I apologize to our community for being late on this summary of this meeting. Based on this meeting and the results of the additional budget request, I will, when the next meeting of the CRC is, or in an email, request them to specify exactly what expenses they intend to incur up to the cent.
I think it's just important. This is an example. I mean, we took a vote, and the vote was to not support the shelter, this 501c3, and it passed 4-1. And so here's a case where, again, an advisory board is doing something, suggesting something, and they have the right to bring that forward. But it would, without a discussion of council, it would be contradictory to the most recent vote, even though I was the lone person who was willing to spend money that way.
I think that's a very good point, Mayor, because that's one of the reasons why we do budget approvals before people spend their dollars. And that's also why staff is able to come back to us to appropriate something specific after a budget is complete, because things change. So obviously, the use of their remaining funds needs to be approved.
Can you, as liaison, bring us something formal for the December 5th meeting?
The CRC does not have a credit card to make any purchases, so they are not able to.
That's not about them
Proposals for the
purchasing.
expenditures.
It's a proposal for the expenditures.
Yeah, whenever they have a meeting, I'll bring it up. No, thank you.
I wasn't at the last meeting, and so can I just give quick updates for the 2 meetings I did before the last meeting? I had a CEC meeting October 25th. Most of what we did a lodger's tax 2023 update and updated the application, which went live today, I believe. Tommy sent an email out. And so the deadline for that first round of applications for 2023 funding is January 31st. So you guys can like throw that out and tell people to apply for that. And then the CEC and the DCD are, we talked about our shared work plan. And then, you know, potentially with the reprioritization of boards and commissions, if the CEC, you know, happens to not be one of the boards and commissions that we continue to have, the DCD potentially could pick up some of the slack in that area for the city, which I think is a great like supplement in our community. And then I also had the airport commission meeting on October 20th, and none is on board as our CMAR. They're developing an early GMP for a procurement package for 1A. They have a design review meeting this month which I think happened, and we're going to get an update on that on this meeting on Thursday. Yeah, that was kind of like the main things for those 2 meetings.
Councillor Baxter, I believe you have natural lands and also Parks and Rec.
I do. Thank you very much, Mayor. So Natural Lands Board meeting, we discussed the council approval of requesting amendments to Horse Gulch conservation easements and how that would happen. We discussed the current status of the unhoused situation with Purple Cliffs closing and there. Talked about the programs that we're working on trail projects and fire mitigation, and then held off on our executive session because we only had 2 members. We had a great presentation by Durango Trails, but there really wasn't much else we could do because board members at the meeting. And then the Parks and Rec Board meeting. So we went through a pickleball update, and it was very interesting because DHM and Lee Perry and remember the other lady who it was. No, it wasn't Ann. It was one of the people that worked with Lee. I can't. They did a sound impact study based upon all the parameters, and it'll come to council, and it's very interesting. I don't want to try to explain it because but there appears to be very little mitigation that would need to be done. You'll get all that information, and I wanted you to know that was happening. They also talked about the e-bike conservation requests. They talked about strategic planning. So one of the things that they wanted to know about was where we were with the 2005. And I said that staff had brought us a list, and I had the list, and I think there were 8 topics on it. I can't remember what it took it to them, and had brought us some funding ideas and things like that. We were analyzing, like, what do we need to fund? How much do we want to fund it? How might the 2005 fit that? They will probably make a recommendation about that to us prior to January. They also, on Trimble Lane, there is an old gravel pit that's been purchased that's going to be converted into RV camping. And I don't know if it's like a glamping kind of place or just a general spot, but there's a river access there that the county and the owners are working with to make sure there's public access, not just the residential access, if you will. And so the Parks and Rec Department wanted to support that concept of having public access up on Trimble Lane. They talked about Lake Nighthorse design and some other capital projects. And then they will be discussing other things in the future, like the, I'm never going to get this right, other powered motor vehicle thing for being able to like go up on the trails for people who are handicapped, that they have other motorized devices. So both the Natural Lands Board and the Parks and Rec Board will be discussed. And then I just wanted to say too that, as I mentioned earlier, Fort Lewis College at 7 o'clock up in Noble Hall will be having their lifelong learning series, and the topic is unhoused and homelessness. I'll be moderating, and we have 3 panelists that will be answering questions and fielding questions.
That was not on the agenda for meetings that they attended. All right, then we'll go to the next item, which is item 15, discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 246402-4FI for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter. And then for the agenda, I think you're going to need, if you're going to make a motion, I'm going to need you to read the entire motion. Agenda document for the full title. Tony, do you have that? Yep, if you can make that motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll move to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS. Okay, actually, okay. Convene into executive session, discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4FI for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter, specifically to discuss the annual evaluation process for the city manager, which will require discussion of matters personal to the individual holding the position of city manager.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? We will go into executive session.
We have to vote.
Oh, yeah, we have to vote. Boy, man, I'm tired today. My apologies, folks. We need a vote.
Yep. Thank you. Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Buell.
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you.
Nick, you still there?
Hey, Tom, I'm here. What's up?
Nothing, just saying hi.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Did we bet a beer or what do we bet?
I don't know. I don't think we had one. Somebody would have won.
Okay. Let me, yeah, you were, but
Sure.
the time is now 9:28 and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Barbara Noseworthy,
Melissa Youssef.
Jose Madrigal.
Jessica Buell.
Olivier Bosmans.
For the record, council met in executive session, discussed to discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 246402 4F1 for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter, specifically to discuss the annual evaluation process for the city manager, which will require discussion of matters personal to the individual holding the position of city manager. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurring during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, we will adjourn this meeting.